ChatGPT, oh my, it's insane. How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today we're going to be analyzing this new ChatGPT chatbot that was recently released by OpenAI. So let's just jump right in. In this video, I'm going to be overviewing some strengths and weaknesses that I've personally noticed with this chatbot, as well as demonstrating some of the capabilities in pretty good depth. So there'll be some chapter navigation in the video notes below, and YouTube also has some features where you can specifically navigate chapters when you're seeking around the video and stuff like that. So look out for that if you want to find specifically what you want. So I'll basically be going over stuff including some general usage. I'm going to also have it answer some technical questions and then do some unanswered questions in general, as well as trying to make some actual programs that I either was going to wait for years from now just because I didn't get around to it, or stuff that I wasn't originally going to bother with in the first place just because I didn't feel like it. So that's the sort of thing we're going to be doing today. So if you only want to see some of that, you could use that chapter navigation that exists below. So with that, let's just get into it. So now I'm going to go over some strength that I've noticed with this chatbot with my usage of it so far. So first of all, it has the ability to remember context, which means that you're essentially having a conversation thread with the chatbot, and you can basically follow up on stuff that you had a conversation about, which is so brilliant about it. It also uses a threading system, so all that stuff that it remembers is within this chat thread. So the only stuff that it references is stuff within the same chat thread and not other ones. When it does stuff and explains stuff to you, you can also ask clarifying questions, which is one of my favorite parts about it. So if it writes a program, for example, which I'm going to get into later on, you can basically like ask it, does it do this or that? If you're not sure about something that it programmed, you can ask clarifying questions about pretty much any given thing that it does, and it will elaborate that sort of stuff for you. When it makes mistakes, you can also basically massage it and correct it until it essentially does the right thing. So I will be giving an example of a situation where it sort of contradicted itself, mainly because I corrected itself and then it ended up saying the opposite of what it was originally saying. And there's some situations where it hasn't been able to answer questions at first, but once I gave it more information, then it was able to answer that question. I'll give an example of that later on too. One of the other things that I really like about it is, even though it's often confident about its answers, it isn't super arrogant about them all the time, and it even acknowledges when there's limitations, whether it's limitations in research or limitations in the information that it has. In other words, without more information, it doesn't know this or that, and it will tell you that in those situations. And that will be shown in a later example that I give. I also have another video on this channel where I had it see if I could get around common lucid dreaming misinformation, which, if you didn't know, most of the information you can find on the subject of lucid dreaming is misinformation. So I did a video seeing if it could get around common misinformation, which I found the answer to that quite surprising. So check out that video if you want to see it. But in that video, it also acknowledged some limitations. There's some pretty good examples in there of it acknowledging limitations with research or a lack of information in general. One of the other cool things it does, like some other artificial intelligence programs out there, is it can make up scenarios, and it can even do it based on context that you give it. So if it has general information about stuff like TV shows, you can have it make up hypothetical scenarios pertaining to that or whatever, and you can basically make it tailored to your own situation for what you want it to do. If it's able to understand what you want it to do, as well as the original information, it could use those things together and make some amazing stuff. I encourage you to try that sort of thing out if you can still do it. I have a link in the description, by the way, for the chatbot if you want to try it out yourself. I'm hoping that it's free, but it may end up costing money in the future. It's free as of right now, though. One of the other things that I like about it is it's capable of giving warnings and, in general, pretty safe to interact with. So for example, if you talk about something pertaining to supplements, for example, it might recommend not doing it, especially not without consulting a medical professional about that first. So in general, it seems to be pretty safe when it comes to dangerous stuff. I'm sure there's some exceptions, but it does pretty well, I think, with that sort of thing. It's helped with various questions that I've had over the years, which will be demonstrated sometime later in this video, so stay tuned if you want to see that. It related to one of the things I said before. It can also come up with ideas given various scenarios, almost like it's sort of coming up with personal opinion rather than finding resources. Like you can ask it context specific questions, and then it can potentially answer some unanswered questions using its theory and then piecing together your context that you give it, which I think is pretty cool. So much better than just using a typical search engine that indexes already existing websites. It can actually piece together information and, in theory, create some new information using those concepts. One of the things that I personally liked using it with was comparing different things. I always thought that VPNs are sort of like virtualization, while proxies are sort of like containers, in the sense that VPN and virtualization are basically complete in a sense, while proxies and containers are sort of like minimal versions of these two things up here. For those of you who know what those things are, you may or may not agree with that, but the chatbot thought it was pretty similar overall to compare them in that way, even though they can't directly be compared, as it also said. So I thought that was really interesting. So if you ever thought there were things that are pretty similar but not exactly the same, you can ask the chatbot for an opinion on what it thinks about that, which I thought was quite interesting, especially since it knows about pretty much everything in theory. One of the other things I thought was really cool is that it was able to generate questions based on a given prompt. So you can essentially give it a bunch of information and then it can formulate questions that it supposedly has based on that information. And that can be quite useful because I personally like to explain a lot of different technical concepts. I'm not always the best at explaining it to make it so that people understand it. But being able to give it the kind of stuff that I talk about, just dump it all in, and then have it formulate questions gives me a good overall practice for the kind of questions people would have so that I can address that in the back of my mind. And then just practice being able to answer those questions in general. So that's another interesting use case for it. If you need to practice answering questions, you could give it a bunch of information and practice answering the questions that it prompts you with based on that. So that's an interesting use case for it. So just to give you some examples of the kind of questions that I asked this chatbot. So I basically had some code that I was doing and didn't really understand. And I was able to give it to that and basically ask what was going on. And it was able to demonstrate what was happening. So, for example, I was doing stuff regarding a lot of variable initialization and manipulation, and I didn't really understand all the different things that were happening. It was a little bit cryptographic to me, but the chatbot understood what was going on. So I asked it to explain it to me, and it explained it in a pretty cryptographic way still. But then I had it demonstrate like what variable was being set to what in multiple iterations, and then I was able to use that. Like, okay, so here this variable is getting set to that, this one's getting set to that. Then when I look at the variable manipulation, then I can see what's going on based on those direct demonstrations. It could basically explain things in different ways, and if you don't understand it, you can have it explain it a different way until you do understand it. And I was able to use that knowledge to piece together what's going on. I had to like get it to explain in 3 or 4 different ways before I understood what was really going on. So that's a really useful tool for that. So one of the other things I did with it was having it adjust code to do either additional behavior or a different approach overall. So I can give it some code that it can add some additional behavior to that code, or else it can just revamp the whole approach into something that's either more efficient or just closer to the way that you want it to be overall. And then what's really cool about this compared to search engines is you can ask it unanswered questions and then have it apply its theoretical knowledge to that specific question and be able to answer very specific questions as a result, which search engines don't really have the capability of doing right now. It even works with complicated programming concepts overall, which is also very cool. So for example, there's something that I wanted to achieve in AutoHotkey, which is like a scripting language you could use in Windows. It was able to answer the question. It basically pertained to creating a borderless window that copies pixels from a screen region into this borderless window that I could drag wherever I wanted. If that doesn't make sense, just know that I asked how to do something in the AutoHotkey programming language that exists. And then I later on asked it, how can I accomplish this exact thing in Mac, which is not supported with AutoHotkey. And it basically said you could use like Xcorch Composer, which I don't know what that is, but I guess that's basically how you could do the equivalent of that at Mac. So that's another thing it could do. You can ask it questions about specific things, and then you can ask how to do this specific thing on a completely different platform. So there's something that you do on AutoHotkey, for example, which only works with the Windows operating system. You can ask it how to do this exact thing with the context that it knows, with your conversation and its overall theoretical knowledge in Mac and Linux if you want as well. So it can do an exact equivalent of stuff in different platforms, which I thought was quite useful. It also knows how to deal with confusing input as well. So for example, I saw on YouTube captions in one video, some YouTuber mentioned something called Zabs Nagios, which I didn't know what that was. And I was going to eventually look it up, but I decided to ask the chatbot because I happened to think of it. And the way the chatbot specifically answered that question was, so I asked, what is Zabs Nagios that I heard a YouTuber mention? And then it understood, even though that's not what the actual term is, it understood that Zabbix is an open source monitoring software, that Nagios is another utility. I don't remember what that is off the top of my head, but for my own reference, I will be referencing that again later on. And it said, it's not clear what you mean by Zabs Nagios. It basically still understood what I meant, and it was able to piece together. It's a combination of those software, which is common with IT stuff. Then I explained like why I must have been confused with it, and then it basically just did a bit of further elaboration. So that's one of the cool things about it. It can basically clarify stuff that you might be confused on, and possibly even piece together stuff even though it's not entirely clear what you're really asking. Okay, before we go any further, I will clarify one thing. So, I might not look right with the background, especially since you might have seen that I had no background behind me besides the computer screen. Yes, I am in front of a green screen in case you were wondering. This is my real background right here, but I have my green screen up, so it's actually not currently my background. I have a thing where I can go like this with minimal effort, as you can see. Now, I'm going to have this on for a little bit, maybe like a minute, but I don't know how well YouTube handles compression with 60 frames per second camera and that background. So I'm only going to have it on for about a minute just in case YouTube's compression is terrible with this. I've also been able to get it to answer questions that I've had over the years that I did try doing some research on, but I couldn't find any really good answers, so I just gave up on it overall. With this chatbot's theoretical knowledge base and being able to apply stuff to specific context, I was able to ask these very specific questions. I'll probably give some examples later on, but I was able to answer them reasonably well. There's probably some stuff that I'm still going to take with a grain of salt that it said, but it's pretty cool. I'm a little bit further than I was before I asked the chatbot those specific questions. So I thought that was pretty cool. So now I'm going to address some of its shortcomings that I've noticed, a lot of which I'm sure could actually be corrected in the future. So first of all, I was talking to it about Pi stuff. Here, let me change the background back just in case it causes any problems. This is what my real background looks like, by the way. And I could use that to basically remove the color and replace it with stuff like this. Anyway, let's talk about some of its shortcomings. So first of all, I ended up basically talking to it about Pi stuff just to see if it was able to do stuff related to the mathematical constant pi 3.14, if you're familiar with that. So basically, I had it tell me 64 digits of pi starting at offset 3257. So that's just an example. It should be able to do that if it knows pi really well, right? Well, it did terribly, to say the least. So first of all, if you didn't know, I actually recited 5,000 digits of pi back in 2020. You can find that on my main channel if you're curious about that. But otherwise, 64 digits of pi at offset 3257. It gave me 64 digits. I think that's 64 digits, starting at the very beginning, which is offset 1, not 3257. So I thought that was quite interesting. So then I basically followed up saying, that's offset 1 that you just did. Can you start at offset 3257 instead? It apologized for the mistake. And no, that is not correct. That is offset 9, I believe. That's not 3257. So it did it wrong once again, basically. And I actually thought that was quite funny. So I explained that the first digit was wrong. Oh, that's interesting. 8979. Actually, no. That's not wrong, I don't think. So 358979323846. Yeah, no, that's offset 9. It didn't actually make a mistake with the first digit it said like I thought it did at the time. Let's be honest, I did this at like 3 in the morning, so my mind wasn't functioning the best. Then I basically did a little bit more clarification and had it try again. And then it says, here's the correct sequence of 64 digits. But that's 50288419. That is not at the 3000 place. That's still towards the beginning. I think it was like offset 14 or something like that. Yeah, that's offset 14. Then I said, do it at 3257. Now that is wrong. So that started at like offset, I don't even know what. So see how it says a 5 and a 9? There is no 5979 towards the beginning. It's supposed to be 35. That's probably the 5 it was referencing. But then in between the 5 and 9, it's supposed to be 89793238. It's almost like it skipped the 8 altogether. It clearly doesn't know pi very well. It was just trained on a bunch of stuff, but I thought that was really interesting how it did that. So then I had it try again. It still did it exactly the same way as it did previously. Then it did what it did a long time ago with offset 9 once again, not 3257. Then I had it try again. It did exactly what it did earlier. By the way, that's another one of the things that it'll do sometimes. It'll basically, as you're programming with it, you can have it adjust to mistakes, but then if you take a different approach, for example, it might forget some of the mistakes that it previously corrected and make those same mistakes again. So clearly AI makes mistakes just like humans. I think right now this one's gonna make certain types of mistakes a lot more than humans do. So that's another interesting little tidbit about it. So I did this again. And then I explained what's going on, and I gave it the correct digits. It said the digits you should have given me at offset 3257 was the following. And then I said, can you see what's going on now? Then it said, it appears there was a misunderstanding regarding the request on the sequence of digits. And then it was able to get the correct digits, but probably only because I told it that. Because then I shifted the offset by 4, which means that it should just skip past that 7120 that you see. But what it ended up doing when I had to go 4 digits ahead, it just kind of made up digits. Let's see if that's actually correct. Let me go through it mentally since I know these digits pretty well yet. So it's 71206280. So that 4390 that you see, it says 680. There should be a 2 between the 6 and 8. So I thought that was interesting because I did tell it the correct thing you saw in the previous thread or the previous message. It started making new mistakes and it didn't shift correctly, which I thought was quite fascinating. Interesting how the chatbot would make those types of mistakes, isn't it? And I was like, you're on the right track, but it wasn't entirely correct. And I explained the mistakes that it made. And then I believe it got it correct based on what I told it. So it's able to listen to what I tell it. And if I lied to it, it probably would have no idea, to be honest with you. I've heard of people being able to trick it to doing like 1 plus 1 equals 3. It originally said 2, but then people were like, that's wrong. It's actually 3. And it's like, oops, my mistake. 1 plus 1 is 3. Obviously, it's not perfect by any means. It's definitely a work in progress. So then I was going to have it do a further offset, 4 more digits than it previously did before I wrapped up for the night. But then it said request timed out, so it can only do so many requests at a time. And I decided to just leave it at that. That still shows us quite a lot of interesting things about the way it handled Pi and stuff like that. So let's go over some of the other shortcomings now. Every once in a while, it is known to contradict itself sometime. So if you watch my other video with the lucid misinformation on the chatbot, you'll see that there was a situation where it ended up contradicting itself. So I was basically talking to it about something pertaining to SSDs or solid state drives with computers. So this is a question that I basically had for years, and I've asked several people, including university and college professors, and no one seems to have a straightforward answer. So this is a question that, strangely enough, I've never gotten a straightforward answer. If you guys have a straightforward answer as well as a reputable source and stuff, then let me know down in the comments. So this pertains to program erase cycles on an SSD. So I've always thought that if an SSD was rated for 10,000 program erase cycles, for example, if I copy 5,000 files to an SSD, would that use up 5,000 program erase cycles? By the way, if you don't know what this stuff is, feel free to skip to the next part of this. You should be able to do it with the navigation below. But anyways, so basically 5,000 files out of 10,000 program erase cycles. That would in theory be half of the entire life of the drive, right? So that's something I've never really understood, and I've asked even IT professionals, and they're like, why are you asking this question and all that? And yeah, so anyway, when I talked about scenarios, I was able to ask an example that would make it clear for me to understand. But it did some explanation, and then I gave this hypothetical scenario, like what would take more program erase cycles? Writing 10,000 1 megabyte files or 10 1 gigabyte files? Both of the total capacity is the same, but would more files take up more PE cycles or less? By the way, if you wonder what the point of this example is, it contradicts itself eventually. I just want to give some background for those who are actually curious about the technical stuff regarding all this. So it does say that the exact PE cycles used will depend on a variety of factors. Then I basically followed up, like, will more files of smaller sizes give me less PE cycles, which is basically said, even though the grand total is the same amount of data. So it basically said it'll writing more files that are smaller, even though the capacity is the same, will end up using fewer PE cycles than less files that are bigger. I've heard one professor said this because the wear leveling, how everything is evenly distributed across the drive, it may end up actually being less PE cycles with smaller files just because when you use wear leveling and fragment the file across a drive, that could actually have more overhead than larger files where it has to split up everything. With smaller files, it'll just nicely fit in a contiguous chunk and thus take up less cycles. So that's one of the answers that I got from a professor. But this thing basically said the same thing for a different reason. I asked it this question and it said basically the same thing as I said before. And then I asked, why do large files require more cycles? I mean, that makes sense that it would potentially require more cycles if it's fragmented and all that. But when the grand total is the same, then it should take less cycles for large files, assuming that the fragmentation doesn't have more overhead, right? But then right here, it said each time data is written to an erase from, it counts as one PE cycle. It kind of contradicted itself when it said that compared to what it said before that, if you actually take the time to read that. I explained how it contradicted itself when it said, you are correct. And it had a reason for why my contradiction to it was actually correct. And then I said, therefore, then the opposite of what it previously said. Then I was like, so are you sure about this? Then it said that I'm correct with what I said. So if you take the time to read this, it's quite interesting how it contradicted itself here. Yeah, I don't know the answer to this yet, even though it did tell me that. I still don't know the answer since everybody is answering the question differently and I'm not getting any straightforward answers whatsoever on that particular question. I want to give another quick example where it understood something better once I gave it more information. So if you want to skip that one as well, you should be able to do that down below. Otherwise, let's get into it. So this one pertains to my cuckoo clock now. So basically my cuckoo clock has this thing where I take the weight off the cuckoo and just let it keep going with the pendulum even though it doesn't cuckoo. This is before the switches were invented to turn it on and off manually. This is back in the day when you would actually use a wire thing to close the door. Once it's off, essentially, the old-fashioned way, it tends to stop ticking around 105. Like right now it says 125 because of this very thing right here. But it tends to be around 105 that it stops on average. Regardless of what time it is, it'll pretty much keep ticking until it gets to that 105 time, basically. I asked it for potential theories on why that might happen. And it says it's possible that the mechanism causing this is related to the cuckoo mechanism. It's also possible that it has to do with movement and stuff. And then it says without more information, it's impossible to say like for sure what's causing this behavior, especially with the inner workings. And to even consult the cuckoo clock repair professional too. They are probably the people you talk to for that sort of thing. And then I said, another clock that I do this on does somewhat similar behavior. So I kind of think that they might all do that to some extent. If you guys have a cuckoo clock, you should try this if you want to. You don't have to, obviously, but then I gave it more information. Then it says it's possible that the cuckoo mechanism is also connected to the one that controls ticking. And so when I basically don't allow it to cuckoo, then it might disrupt the normal function. And then it basically says that. I basically just gave it more information. And then I have this other theory. Actually, I might have talked to it about something else pertaining to cuckoo clocks and not this particular thing, but in a nutshell, it basically wasn't sure about something. I gave it a little bit more information. Using that information, it was then able to actually conclude a theory, even though that may or may not be correct. And it even said so, that it's impossible to say for sure. But it didn't have any possible theories before. And once I gave it more information, then it did. So that's basically what I wanted to demonstrate can happen here. So that's what this was all about. So now let's try to answer the grand question that a lot of people have, which is, can it replace programmers? While the demonstrations that I'm going to later do may demonstrate whether or not it can, you can feel free to watch those demonstrations and make conclusions for yourself. My guess is your conclusions will be not entirely. It'll be an assistant more than anything. So first of all, in the current environment, it can't actually test code. I have to basically test it myself, and it'll run into a lot of errors oftentimes, but it's able to basically receive those errors if I explain it, and then it can figure out sort of what's wrong using its theory, but it can't directly test code in its environment, which makes sense because that would require a lot more processing power if it actually ran code, especially at scale. It would have to compile stuff, and then just running it would be downright inconvenient. And also, the environment that it does may not match the environment that you do. So something that works fine for it may error out in your environment. So that's just like not having an environment at all regarding problems and being able to have the bot solve it. One of the other things that's quite inconvenient with this is all the blocks basically have a character limitation. So there's situations where I might not be able to write all the code at once, especially for long scripts, which I find quite inconvenient. After a bunch of screwing around, I can sort of get it to work out in the end and just have it resume from certain points when it runs into those character limitations. I just tell it continue from here. The problem with continuing from a specific area, though, is that sometimes it does it from the very beginning, even though I asked it to resume somewhere in the middle. It doesn't listen, and it does it in the beginning and then runs into the character limitation again, even though I asked it to resume from where it actually left off to avoid running into that character limitation again. Sometimes I can get it to resume, but most of the time it starts from the very beginning and then runs into the character limitation again, which is quite annoying. And for those who use it to replace programmers, they're probably going to find this so annoying that they would rather have programmers deal with this instead. Now, that being said, in the future, if we're able to get around this character limitation, maybe this could be somewhat mitigated, but right now, absolutely not. So one of the cool ways it can currently get around this is it can be massaged so that it eventually ends up doing the right thing. You just tell it what it's doing wrong until it ends up doing the right thing, which is pretty cool. But one thing I noticed, particular related to programming, is it doesn't seem to be super great related to semantic errors, which are the kind of errors that, as far as the computer is concerned, everything is fine. But you're getting some sort of unexpected behavior, like maybe something is happening too soon or too late. So it's not great at detecting that, understandably. I will probably demonstrate this when I do my programming stuff later on in this video, but you have to kind of know what you're doing to get around this semantic error stuff, and for that reason, I don't think programmers can really be replaced that well yet with this bot, because it doesn't do super well with semantic errors, and you have to know how to direct it to do the correct thing. It also has a tendency to work a lot better with smaller programs rather than large scale programs. Like obviously Google and YouTube, that's a pretty large scale, and you wouldn't expect it to be able to just write programs with that. But one thing that might be helpful when you do larger programs in general, not quite at that scale, but if you have larger programs that you're doing specifically, one thing that might be helpful is to do the generally good programming practice of breaking things down into functions or methods and basically have it just write a whole bunch of different functions and methods, which could be helpful with the whole character limitation thing. Because if functions are written really well, they should technically only do one specific thing. And most of the time, that one specific thing won't run into the character limitation unless it's really big. But at that point, it should probably be broken up even further. So then when you're having to give you specific code, you can have it basically just give you a specific function and then also the way to call those functions. So that would might be a potentially useful way to break down these larger programs and sort of mitigate the character limitation issue that's currently happening right now. It can't currently interface with the programming environment that you're currently using, which means it can't test code and verify things in specific scenarios. So that's another shortcoming. It also can't really do stuff with implementations either. So if you have some sort of database that it connects to, it might need permission to connect to the database, even if it can interface with it, which I don't think it can right now. And that's going to require a fair bit of knowledge. Even if you don't have the knowledge, you can probably ask it questions required to get that set up. But is a non programmer really going to go through that trouble? They're probably going to be like, this is the kind of chore that programmers are designed to do. You also have to have the right programming language to do a various tasks, which the chatbot may or may not be able to figure out on its own and all that. It also doesn't understand the company's operations or needs as a whole. So obviously, with enough explanation, you could probably get it there. But that doesn't mean that it really understands everything that's going on at a company. Humans are just generally going to have an easier time observing all these different things so that they can make the best choices pertaining to how things are written, just the overall business decisions pertaining to this stuff. The chatbot isn't really gonna likely be good for that, like pretty much ever. Maybe it'll get to a point where it does, but that's a long ways off. Even if it does, it's probably gonna be stuff pertaining to servers in the cloud, and there's reasons why you're gonna want to have it local and private, even in those situations. In which case, the chatbot probably won't be able to help you with that because it might also raise privacy concerns, and that's probably not something that companies are even going to want to risk. So that's where software engineers and developers are needed to work with those types of things in a company. So would it replace software engineers? Well, I'm going to say no because it's a long ways off, and yeah, there's just a lot of things that it's not going to be able to do as well as actual programmers were. And I've had to work on some programs myself in the past. And if I was replacing my software developers and engineers to do this sort of stuff, there's no way in hell I would go through that. I would rather have the programmers take care of these things. Those are the kind of chores that they're supposed to do. I'll have a lot more important stuff to focus on, so no way am I gonna replace programmers with this chatbot. It's just way too tedious and too risky as well. There's also a high risk pertaining to the liability involved, as well as privacy. Obviously, companies aren't going to want to deal with any of that stuff. That's what software developers and engineers on a NDA and just overall agreements throughout the company are for. And that's not something you could really get the chatbot to do, especially if there's vulnerabilities within the bot itself that could expose stuff potentially. And the bot can't also prove the actual code like a human can. And it's probably not going to be able to avoid all vulnerabilities that currently exist. It's a language model that's going to have to constantly get updated with that. And at that point, it's easier to just have humans do that to keep up with that sort of thing. So maybe for some hobbyists, they could use it as an assistant, but definitely not a full replacement. We're not even close to that. I think if anything, it should be treated as a tool rather than a complete replacement. And I'm sure it's going to be a strength if you know how to use this chatbot. That's probably only going to come across as a strong point on a resume or your portfolio overall. So I would say to make sure that you're still more relevant than becoming replaced by a chatbot, I would say just make sure you have the most knowledge you can about using the tool to full potential, and then also just stay current with everything and constantly be willing to learn new things and better yourself, and then you'll always come ahead as a valuable resource when it comes to experience and competence overall. Something to remember in general is experience trumps theoretical knowledge. All ChatGPT currently has is theoretical knowledge, and that's why it can be a massive limitation, especially for most of the stuff I show in this video. Experience and theoretical knowledge are not the same thing by a long shot, so we are a very long ways off before it could ever fully replace if it's even theoretically possible. Will it be replaced? Well, that's a long ways off, and the best that we can do right now is to definitely just make sure we're staying current with all these new technologies and learning how to use the chatbot as a useful assistant overall. I have a feeling that we're going to get to a point in the future, possibly decades from now, where the backends of GPT will probably be sort of used as its own programming language. And basically, the only program you're doing is giving it English prompts to tell it what it needs to do. But the idea is that it'll probably interface with all the real programming languages that we know and love. And it'll be able to like pick what's right for the job, but then also be able to set up and use the actual environment that's going to be used in the real world. So if you're going to be writing a C# program, for example, you're probably going to be interfacing with Visual Studio and .NET in some way. If you're using Java, you'll probably use some sort of Java IDE and use some of its tools and whatever's involved within its environment. If you're doing some web development, you'll probably be doing some JavaScript framework environment of some sort, like Node.js, for example. So I imagine we might eventually get to a point where it can interface with pretty much any one of those programming languages and their corresponding environment. It might either be in the cloud or locally, but then you just give it a bunch of English prompts until you get all the behavior that you want. So we may get to a point where that type of programming is a thing. Who knows? That's just me being a futurist and predicting what might happen, knowing its potential that may be coming up here in the future. Alright, let's try it out. So, first of all, to be able to access the chatbot right here, as of right now, you go to chat.openai.com/chat. I'll link it in the description if you want to be able to access this. You just have to either sign in with like Google or else create an account, and then you should be able to access it, assuming it's still free. Otherwise, you might have to pay something if they make it paid in the future. But once we get on here, this is sort of what the screen will look like. There will be a navigation thing in the left that you can see, right? I'm clearly not meant to be a weatherman, so kudos to those who have a lot of practice with pointing on screens like this. On the left, you'll see all the different threads and stuff like that. But otherwise, this is essentially what it looks like. So let's give it a shot once. So this is going to be some general uses that I'm going to use it for. As you know, I've been doing a bunch of Pi videos on my main channel. I would basically do something special for Pi Day. I haven't done one since 2020, but I do have some upcoming for those who may be wondering about that. So basically the first year I recited 100 digits, sort of like it was an inspirational story. Then the next year, in 2018, I recited 1,000 digits of pi. Then in 2019, I did 4,048 because that's what I had at the time. And I didn't really know the digits super well, but I had the associations down. So I still technically had the capability of recalling the digits, but barely. Then in 2020, I did 5,000 digits, but I had it down a lot more fluently and tried to do it in like less than half the time of the previous year. So those are the ways I've celebrated Pi Day so far. I have a couple other ideas that I'm not going to share here. Right, so I basically explained to the chatbot all the stuff that it should need to know. I basically explained in the last few sentences that you come up with some ideas for future Pi Day videos. I'm not studying Pi ever again. Like, I'm not going beyond what I've done already because tired of it. It takes a lot of time. I'm just tired from it. But I'm gonna have to see if it could do stuff based on what I already know. I already have at least 3 ideas as it is, but let's see what this thing comes up with. A pie themed quiz. That actually kind of correlates with one of my ideas already. A pie themed art project. I'm not an artist, so I doubt that's gonna happen. A pie themed cooking or baking project. I'm not very good at cooking, so I doubt that's gonna happen either. A science experiment, like measuring the circumference or diameter of a circle and calculating pi. I've seen some programming projects that do that sort of thing. I'm probably not going to do that myself. A history lesson. I kind of did that to some extent with my pi tutorial for memorizing pi, which is also on my main channel. Not bad overall. I'm not going to tell it what my new ideas are, but one of them is similar to something that I might do in the future, but it doesn't actually relate to the quiz in the way you might think, so that may come out within the next couple years. We'll have to wait and see. Very interesting overall, though. So the next question I want to ask it is just something that I personally wondered. Some of you may already know the answer to this, but I've always wondered what programming is like for other languages, like the programming in Spanish. Like, is there such thing as C sharp or C++ in Spanish or Java or any of those things? I don't know the answer to that. I just want to see what it knows. So I'm just going to ask, what is programming like for other programming languages, or for other languages? Are all the programming languages available in German, for example? This is something that I've always wondered, but I don't know. So it's explaining about programming languages. The specific resources may depend on the language and region. I imagine it's somewhat limited just because it's not as popular. I kind of want to see what a Python program looks like in German. Let's have it just return the whether a number is odd or even. Can you write a Python program in German that determines if a number is odd or even? I'm just curious. Oh, nice. I love how it could do comments as well. So it's asking to input a number. So everything is in German, but the syntax appears to be in English. Can you do how the syntax would actually be in a German version of Python? I don't know those words, to be perfectly honest, but that's something I'm going to learn someday. Okay, so it did the wrong program. Oh, interesting. So basically all the English words would be the German equivalents, huh? Can you do that with the... Let's see if it could do context. So previous program I initially asked you to do, I was able to pick out the context pretty easily. Oh, that's interesting. Does it use a corresponding interpreter? I did not know that about programming. That's interesting. The reason I asked this is because I didn't know the answer to this, and I've always wondered that, but never thought to actually ask that question, as with a lot of other questions on here. So now I'm going to see if it can answer some advanced technical questions that I already know the answer to that I've had in the past. I have a video that covers these questions, but I'll cover everything you need to know here. So basically going to have it do some tech support on questions that I already have an answer that I'm satisfied with personally, and see how this thing approaches those questions. Some of them are questions that I couldn't find anywhere on the internet and had to sort of figure out myself, like what an optimal solution is with a fairly high subset of requirements within it. You'll see what I'm talking about later if you want to watch this. If you want to skip to the programming stuff, then you can navigate below. So these are in no particular order of difficulty, but the first thing pertains to logging into Zoom sessions. I am trying to join a Zoom session via a link that I was sent. It opens within the web browser, but it doesn't redirect me back to Zoom. I don't have any way to join the Zoom meeting. What should I do? What I ended up doing is I pasted the URL into a different web browser, the one that was in the web browser where redirection didn't work, and that worked. Those are good general troubleshooting steps. The app is installed, but the web browser glitches with redirection. I'm not experiencing any of these issues right now, by the way, but these are issues that I've had in the past 6 or 7 years. So Zoom is installed, and I already know that it works in a different web browser, so I can technically rule out what number 2 says. The Zoom link works for other people, and redirection back to Zoom worked just fine in the past. So I'm just running this hypothetical to see how it handles. It's not set as a default application. I don't know if that's really what's going on, if it works in a different web browser. Clear your web browser's cache and cookies. Maybe that would fix it. I think I may have done that, but it didn't work. I'll just explain what the answer is here. I tried copying the final link with the hashtag success at the end into a different web browser, and that worked just fine. Why doesn't the main one properly redirect? I don't know. Oh my gosh. Let's try again. The internet may actually occasionally drop out for me, just so you know. I want to reload this and we'll see what happens. Yeah, so before you reload, copy the prompt you put in there because you may have to rewrite it. If it's working in a different web browser but not the main browser, could pertain to the settings or cache. I think clearing the cache and cookies might work. I don't know. I don't think there's extensions. I've reinstalled Windows since I ran into the problem, and it's been working since then, so I don't know what the real solution is, but I had a workaround. Resetting the settings, maybe reinstalling the browser would have worked. I don't know. So this next question that I'm going to ask it is actually quite a simple one, and I don't think it'll have any trouble with this particular one. This one pertains to executing Python code, so I am trying to execute. This is obviously a past question that I had too, but I am trying to. Oh, and the camera glitches out. No idea why that happened. The camera itself was fine, but the capture card is what glitched out. I am trying to execute Python code in the command line, and it says that Python is not installed, even though I have it installed. What should I do? This has to do with the environment variable. And again, these are past questions, and I'll tell you the answer in the end. Yep, that is correct. This has to do with Python not being in the system path variable. So in order to run any program in the terminal, you have to be in the same directory as that program. But a way that you can be in any directory is the path variable or your environment variables. That allows you to access things outside of its original path. And basically the reason Python's not working is because it's not added as this environment variable, so it can't run unless I'm in the Python directory. What this said is correct. I knew it wouldn't have any trouble with that problem. This next problem is something that I had several years ago, so I'll just write it. I am doing a bunch of stuff that runs locally and doesn't require the internet to use, but my ISP is still billing my bandwidth usage for stuff that entirely runs locally. How do I deal with this? I don't know if this is enough context, but basically, obviously there's things that require the internet, but there's also things that don't require the internet, like In theory, Minecraft multiplayer, if you're doing it on a local server, it should require internet because you could even unplug your router from the internet and all this local stuff should still work fine. You can transfer files locally on a network share. That should require the internet. So there's a lot of things you could do, like even streaming videos from a local server that uses your local network, your local private network, but not your public internet. So therefore, they should not count that against your bandwidth. And back then, my ISP did count it against the bandwidth, even though it was entirely local. So hopefully this is enough context for this to understand, and if not, we'll specify clarification. No, it works with the router being unplugged from the internet. It works just fine. Misrepresented terms of service, that's most likely what's going on. That review your terms of service is really good advice. This reviewing the terms of service and stuff is really good general advice and probably the kind of advice that I would be giving. But let's start with this number one point that it says right here. So to contradict number one, I'm going to say everything I'm doing that would be taking up a lot of bandwidth still works even if I unplug the router from the internet. Those things are entirely local, but I get billed when actually connected to the internet while doing these exact things. So it's measured with the total data transferred rather than what's actually being transmitted. Check for metering errors. Yeah, this isn't really the answer that I'm looking for. So then it says it might be helpful to disconnect the router. That's the closest thing to the answer that I want to hear from this sort of thing. Since disconnecting the router could technically be a way to get around this, what is a way I could accomplish the same thing without, while still keeping my router connected to the internet? Basically, the answer is I created a loopback hotspot, connected all my devices to that, and then it's completely isolated from the ISP. Then it doesn't do anything with that. That's what I typically use. A data cap, I guess, will make sure you don't go beyond stuff. Set limitations isn't what I want. Bandwidth limiting tool, VPN. I doubt a VPN would really make that much of a difference either, because VPNs know how much data you're using, even though it doesn't know what the actual data is. So I think a VPN didn't really make any difference. So the answer is I just created some local hotspot that's loopback essentially, meaning it doesn't actually have to be connected to the internet to be created. It just creates its own sort of access point router type thing. And then that's all completely isolated and all the local devices work with that just fine. I was kind of hoping it would say some sort of answer like that, but that's the answer that I ended up going with years ago. I don't really think about that a whole lot these days, but that should work. Since I gave the answer to that, I don't think I'm going to ask it any further questions, but I was kind of hoping it would default to that whole creating a local hotspot. Then when I'm doing that local data stuff, I just use the hotspot instead of the actual internet. And then I won't get billed for that. So now this next question, I think it's going to struggle with massively. It might surprise me, I don't know. But basically this has to do with installing to GPT versus MBR. And no, I'm not talking about, come on, the camera glitched again. Alright, we're back. So basically this problem that I had, it's not involving ChatGPT, not that kind of GPT. I'm talking about the partition table that computers actually use. So basically the idea is I installed on an MBR installation of Windows. This is a mistake I made when I first built my computer. what ended up happening is I actually have this long video about that. Maybe I'll make a video excerpt about that someday because it goes quite in depth and the internet wasn't able to help me with this particular issue. But essentially, I wanted to be able, since I had everything installed on my system and I was stuck with MBR, so I couldn't utilize my hard drive that had more than 2 terabytes, I would have to convert from MBR to GPT. And in order to do that, I have to basically reinstall Windows and initialize it with GPT from the very start. So I was looking for a way to not do that since I installed all my drivers and programs and didn't want to have to go through all that nonsense again. So I ended up using, I think, AOMEI Partition Assistant to basically convert to GPT without any data loss, which worked. But then one day I hibernated my system, the hibernation became corrupt, and I was not able to boot onto my system. And the only way I could get it working again was to reinstall Windows. And I didn't have any backup of any kind. I didn't want to spend any money on this nonsense. So that means I would have to reinstall while losing my data. That would be like the best way to go about doing that. So then what? Well, there is actually a way that I could have dealt with this, and I did actually manage to overcome this without having to pay anything, if I remember correctly, and without having backup. I was able to get all my files back pretty easily as well. And the way I did that is I basically used gparted to do the conversion. It's actually kind of a long story. I don't really want to go over all this, but essentially what's involved is I want to boot gparted on my boot drive, which I could do by installing grub to win. I could boot the gparted live ISO file. Then I could convert from MBR to GPT without data loss, move my old installation to the end of the drive, the other way to the end of the drive. Then I could basically install Windows on a GPT partition drive, and then I can essentially copy stuff from that old partition to the new one. And then eventually I could delete the old partition once I've got everything migrated to the new installation. That's a way I could do it completely for free and without spending any money. I want to see if ChatGPT can make a suggestion similar to that, maybe even better. So basically, since I don't have any backup, how can I convert to GPT without any data loss and stuff? So I'm going to write the question for that real quick. Alright, I've written the question now. Let's see if the wording is good enough. So I've installed Windows on my 3 terabyte hard drive and can't use all the space on there. The only way I can use all the space is to reinstall Windows on a GPT partition. That means I would have to reinstall Windows if I want to accomplish that. I don't currently have any backup devices and I don't want to spend any money to get things converted to GPT. Basically, I want to convert to GPT without data loss and without spending any money. How can I accomplish that? Spoiler, so basically I couldn't find the answer online. But what I said was that gparted solution. Back up your data, that option is pretty much out. Some motherboards do not support booting from GPT partitions. In my case, it does. I have a UEFI motherboard. Create a bootable USB drive. See, I don't want to spend any money on stuff like USB drives, so that technically violates my requirements here. I don't want to boot from the... Oh, I ran into a character limitation, I think. I'm going to work with what it has, though. I'm just going to say I don't have a backup device that I could use for the data. As I said that I didn't want to spend any money. I am willing to take the risk. My motherboard does support UEFI. Also, the other thing is, booting from GPT usually requires UEFI for Windows. That's a common myth. I think you can boot GPT on a typical BIOS system without using UEFI, and I think that's a minor mistake that this chatbot made. So I think I'm fine regarding that. Again, I don't want to create a bootable USB drive since I don't have one I could use and don't want to spend any money. Are there any other ways I could do this and also retain my data on the hard drive? You do know that partitioning is an option on that same hard drive. If you do not have a backup device and don't want to create a bootable USB drive, there's the risk of data loss. But again, I said I'm willing to take that risk. It involves deleting and recreating a partition table, which will result in data loss. Oh, it knows that I want to do that. Gdisk is what I ended up using. That's the tool I use in Gparted, essentially. Should have made that clear before. I made the conversion using Gdisk. It has the ability to convert from MBR to GPT without data loss. That's essentially what I did. Disk management will destroy all the data, so that's not how you do it. Disk utility, I don't know about that, but I'm using a Windows PC, so that's irrelevant. I like how it warns about the risk of data loss, though. Even though I said I'm willing to take the risk, I think it's great that it's warning that, and it is things that people need to be aware of if they're doing this sort of thing. The cloud storage, too much data to even upload to the cloud. Bandwidth cap, it's not worth it. Internet's slow, so it'll take forever. I have no patience for that. Let me see if I can rephrase this to make a suggestion like that whole Gparted thing that I mentioned. You know what? I think I'm gonna hint it about the whole other partition idea. How to make the conversion for free if I'm willing to risk the data loss. GPT Disk. So at this point, I would probably have decided GPT Disk or Gdisk. Select your hard drive. Select the hard drive you want to convert. Delete the existing partition table. This will erase all the partitions on the hard drive. Number 4 is a caveat. Let's see if we can get around that. Can I run Gdisk in Windows? Also, is there an approach that involves converting without deleting all the partitions? Those are the kind of questions I would have been asking back in the day when I did that. Wait, what? I did not know you could run Gdisk in Windows. No way. You can run Gdisk in Windows? I would have probably used Gparted Live. And then in my ideal answer would have been teaching how to use like grub to win so that I could boot Gparted directly from the internal hard drive. And then I can make the conversion because Gparted is loaded into memory. So I guess my follow-up question would be, can Gdisk convert without deleting without deleting all the partitions? This is actually a lie. You can do it in Gparted. I've done it before, so that's actually a lie. You might not be able to do it in the Windows version of it, maybe, but I know you can do it within Gparted Live because I've done it before. Unless they've removed that ability in modern versions, but it has been possible at one point. I can confirm that with my own personal experience. Are you sure it can't do that? To the best of my knowledge. See, it's kind of indicated that it is still kind of possible, but according to its knowledge, it's not. And you could do it both ways, by the way. You could do GPT to MBR and MBR to GPT. I've done it. It worked without destroying any of the partitions. Maybe I'll say that since I do know it's actually possible, maybe I'll mention I just created a virtual machine that has an operating system installed on the drive, and I booted into Gparted Live and was able to get that to convert from MBR to GPT without destroying any of the partitions. I know that's how it would work, but I'm gonna imply that I just did that, even though I didn't really. It seems to be possible on Gparted Live, but do you know if that would work on the Windows version of Gdisk? It's not recommended. Yeah, true. As you can see, it tends to err on the side of caution. Since gdisk does convert the partition table without destroying the partitions in this VM test, would I be able to do this within the Windows version? So it's saying gdisk doesn't work with it, but gparted will. So maybe at this point I would now conclude that I could use gparted to accomplish this, maybe. Since it seems to work in gparted live, can you give me steps on how I would be able to do that without having to spend any money on a boot drive for that, and do it in a way that I can avoid data loss, assuming that the conversion process works correctly? So download gparted live, that's correct. Create a bootable USB drive. I don't have a USB drive I can do this from. Because you can use like go up to Win and do it directly on your one internal hard drive that you have. I've done it, it does work. I told you this bot would have a hard time with this, especially since the general internet doesn't have anything at all pertaining to this. At least it didn't 7 years ago when I ran into this problem and have this solution. Is there any way I can accomplish this without doing a USB drive, since I mentioned I don't have that? This is not necessarily true. You can boot it from the internal hard drive, which I mentioned is possible. It can copy that to the RAM, meaning it can run entirely on the RAM, and it won't disrupt gparted since it is all stored in the RAM after all. It errs on the side of caution, which I don't have that much important data. Like, I just have some recordings that it's not the end of the world if I lose it, but I want to try to avoid losing it if I can without doing any extra steps. I'm going to suggest a possibility. Can I boot gparted directly from my boot drive and be able to do this? And then it's still saying that it's not possible, which again, I said it is because I've done it. I'm going to explain how it worked in the test environment. I'm going to try to remind it of that, see if it can help. Otherwise, I'm just going to give up on this since I already know the answer and it doesn't matter anyway. I'm just seeing how the chatbot handles this type of complex question. Okay, so I did a little bit of rephrasing and basically said, in my test environment, gdisk was able to do the conversion without destroying the partitions and the data seems to be intact. I assume that booting gparted on the actual system will successfully work just fine, doing the same thing there. Let's assume that it is possible to make the conversion without destroying the partition, since that did successfully happen in the test environment. How would I go about doing this since it is actually possible? Let's see how it answers now. Again, it's not recommended and blah blah blah. While it's possible to do it, it's not a straightforward process. If you decide to attempt, here's the steps. And now it's doing the USB drive thing again. I'm ignoring the rest of the steps. Step 1 is not what I want. The answer is you could use grub to Win and select your ISO boot with the gparted live ISO, and it will work. Also, the other thing I wanted to quickly mention is if I had a hard drive with 4096 byte sectors, I could actually have up to 16 terabytes on an MBR disk. So if I had a 4096 sector drive, I wouldn't actually need to convert to GPT to handle all 3 terabytes. I could go up to 16 without converting to GPT. If I'm attempting this, how could I do it without using a USB drive, since I don't have one and don't want to get one? I'm pretty close to just giving up, but I'm going to try this real quick. So I said, okay, first of all, we determined that it is possible to convert from MBR to GPT using gdisk without data loss, since it works in the test environment. Since I want to actually try that, how can I do it without using the USB drive since I don't want to get one? I feel like there has to be a way. There is. I don't think they're going to be able to help me with this. Yeah, I do not think they're going to be able to help me with this problem. I give up on this particular problem. This is a fail. So the actual answer is Just make sure you have everything ready because we are going to reinstall Windows, but we could do it without any external media or spending any money by using gparted. So what you want to do is download grub2win, download a gparted live ISO. You could create an entry within grub2win to do an ISO boot on that ISO file, which I'd probably recommend storing on the root of your boot drive. Then when you reboot the computer, you can load gparted directly from your internal hard drive. It's copied to the RAM, so even if you do partition manipulation, it will still run just fine since it's all stored in the RAM. Then what you want to do is run the gdisk utility, which you can then use to convert to GPT. All the data should be intact. Obviously, it's kind of risky to do that, but I'm just saying what I did. And then once you convert to GPT, move your boot partition all the way over to the right. That way you can install a new installation of Windows with GPT using a proper UEFI boot in that unallocated space on the left side, because you don't want to install on the right side and later move it all the way over to the left so you can get all your space back. You want to move the old installation to the right immediately. And then the starting sector will be the same. It won't have to change midway through. And so all your files will be on that partition. You can delete the system reserved and all those other partitions if they're not relevant. Then once you make that change, you can then boot the Windows installation disk that you once did in the UEFI boot mode. And then you can just simply install to that unallocated space. And then once you've installed it on a new GPT installation, by the way, you probably should reinstall because I don't think it'll just be bootable because you have to use a different Windows bootloader. And I highly recommend, you can actually probably recreate the bootloader for UEFI without reinstalling. It might be possible, but I don't know how. So that's why I reinstall Windows on that unallocated space. But then once you get it installed, you still have your old partition with all the data on it. You can copy that to the new installation and get all your programs and stuff. And you don't need any extra media. And because gparted is free and open source, you didn't have to spend any money either. And then you can just copy all your files. Once you do that, you can delete the old partition and extend your new one into that unallocated space. And thus you converted to GPT without data loss, without spending any money on external media or any of that. So that is the answer. I do not think I'm going to get the chatbot to come up with some sort of answer like that. But I know this is possible because I've done it. And I've done a ton of testing for the video that I made discussing this, which might come out someday, I don't know. I'm sure I might have missed a couple steps, but that is the general outline for what I did and why it is actually possible, even though this thing is saying that it's not. So as you can see, it definitely isn't perfect with everything. Oh, and if you want to be able to access gparted again when you reinstall, then set up grub2win again, and then you'll be able to use it again. And I would recommend making it so that grub2win is the first bootloader, but then set the timeout to like 1 maybe, and then you can quickly switch if you need gparted. Otherwise, it'll go straight into Windows. Have Windows be the default one, then gparted, and then anything else after that. So that's what I would do, and why this is actually possible, even though the bot's saying that it's not. Now let's go on to the next question, which I promise is much easier than this. I don't think it'll have trouble with the next question. So this was an epic fail. But other than that, I'm going to ask a question pertaining to the zoom on Mac. So basically, Mac had the nice zoom feature, and I want to figure out the way to do it in Windows. Pinch to zoom. Not the answer I was looking for, but I think that's the way you do it in Windows or whatever. Does this actually work for the entire screen? And it does smooth zooming like exactly how the Mac does it. So for those of you who don't know, I'll describe what I'm talking about. So In case you didn't know, this is what I'm talking about. See how I can zoom like this and wiggle the cursor around and have it follow the cursor at will? This is just like the max zoom feature. I'll tell you how this is possible, but I want to see if the bot can figure this out too. So that's essentially what I'm talking about. I'm trying to get the Mac to be able to do that. So I don't know if this is actually true or not. Somebody could fact check this for me if it works exactly the way I just demonstrated and how it does it on the Mac, which is pretty much exactly as I demonstrated. The answer that I ended up going with is essentially, this is called Glass Brick. And there is a similar feature or utility called Zoom It, which I think is part of this sysinternal suite or else some other suite that's very similar to that. But I don't really like the way it does that. I think Glass Brick does the best job with it, and it does what you see right here. So I can get some close action on what's going on with my desktop background. Follow those things around, which is difficult with all the icons. But yeah, see how I could easily zoom out and zoom in pretty far too. You can see the cursor move down to the pixel now. So Glass Brick allows you to do that. And just so you know, the way I actually have that set up is I hold down the Control Win key, and then while I'm holding that, I scroll up to zoom in and then down to zoom out. And then for the track, I use the control mode, which I think they removed that in modern versions, unfortunately, which sucks because that's my favorite mode out of them all. That allows you to zoom like this, and then if you keep holding Control and Win, the whole screen will move with the cursor. If you let go, then you can go like this, and the cursor will move it on the edges like that. That's my personal favorite way to zoom. Someone fact check if that pinch to zoom or whatever works just like this with the entire screen and not just like a browser window. So that's the sort of answer I was kind of hoping for, but maybe this is correct. I'm not going to fact check that right now, especially given the amount of time I spent on this already. Alright, so the next question I'm going to ask it has to do with video playback just being atrocious. So if I'm watching a video and I'm trying to seek around the video, like a local video that was recorded in OBS, then it basically just takes like 30 seconds before it even starts playing again. And it's just not watchable at all. That's the question I'm going to ask it. The answer is it has to do with the keyframe interval. It's set way too high, for those of you who know what that is. But basically, videos are essentially a bunch of pictures. Like, this is basically taking 60 pictures per second. That's why the movement is as smooth as it is if you're watching this in HD. But you don't need to store all those individual pictures. Why not store a picture every once in a while, then just store the changes between like what you're watching and this original picture. It can just like note the minute changes and then build upon a full picture. So let's say it takes a full picture every 30 seconds, and then it kind of builds upon that to make another picture that's not a full picture. Sorry, I don't know if that was really the best explanation, but basically, is it taking a full picture or is it just storing changes from that full picture? Basically, that's the answer to it. I want it to take more full pictures because when it seeks around the video, it has to actually find the full picture before it can like essentially work with the changes that are made from this full picture in this moment here. So the answer is take more full pictures, full frames. How can I deal with this? Basically lower the keyframe interval. That's how you put it in one sentence. It's nothing to do with the file size. It's not the computer because it plays other videos just fine. It's not an incomplete recording either, although incomplete recordings will cause that problem. I don't think the video is corrupt since it seems to save the video just fine. I have other videos not recorded in OBS, and those work just fine. The files are pretty small, so I don't think the size has to do with it. It doesn't even matter how long it is. It happens with these particular clips regardless. Other factors, nothing to do with the computer's performance. It has to do with the keyframe interval. The video codec. Yep, that can affect seeking performance, but that's not what the issue is here. The video player has nothing to do with it. I will mention that it happens regardless of where I play it. The performance of the computer is pretty good overall. The codec is typical H.264, so I don't think that's the problem. Since the video player works just fine with everything else, I think it's something that OBS is doing. And number 4 kind of generalizes the problem. Keyframe interval is an example of what the issue essentially is. Then I'll just mention it's worth noting these playback issues are happening in other media players as well. Still not pointing to the correct answer, which is quite interesting. Related to number 1, you could actually re-encode the video and fix it. So that would technically fix it, but that's obviously not a good long-term solution. I'll mention all videos recorded and the camera quits working. All videos recorded with OBS are doing the same thing. If you're recording a low quality with a high compression setting, it might be more difficult to seek the video. Still doesn't point to the correct answer, which is quite interesting. But I think this is actually relatively common, and for streamers and stuff like that, it's relatively common sense that the keyframe interval is playing a role here. So right here, I just said the resolution is 1080p with 5,000 kilobits per second, even though I would probably normally do like a CQP, then I encode based on the quality itself rather than a bitrate. So that when the bitrate is high, it can be high, but at most of the times when it's overkill, it can be low. And that saves on the overall size, especially if there's not a lot of motion. Like this video, for example, CQP will save a lot of space and have really good quality overall. So I basically just said everything's up to date, so I don't think any of those things are the problem. The way OBS has recorded the video files, yes, that is correct. Okay, so I just mentioned the hard drive is in the same location as where everything else is, which has good performance, so I don't think that's it. Putting it on an NVMe SSD doesn't change anything, which, for those of you who don't know, that's one of the fastest hard drives that's out there at the moment. At this point, I think I'm just going to say that I changed the keyframe interval to 2. Actually, I was going to mention encoding it in Handbrake fixes the problem. So it might have a hard time troubleshooting some problems. Like, I'll bet if I Googled it, I'd find a better answer than what this gives me. I want to try Googling it once to see what happens. Yeah, keyframe 2. Kind of made it better, kind of worse. Oh, interesting. That's not quite as straightforward as I thought it would be. At this point, I'll just mention that I changed the keyframe interval. The keyframe interval determines how often a keyframe is inserted into a video stream, which is a frame of a video that contains all of the information needed to decode a video. The frame interval is set too low, it can result in larger video files and slower seeking performance. I think it has that backwards. If the interval is set too low, I think having a low interval would actually make the seeking better. If we're talking like 1 second or even like 0.25 seconds, for example, that would make it seek the video a lot quicker because of how quickly it can find those keyframes, because it's just, there's a lot of them to find. So it happens quicker. The higher your keyframe interval, as in 30 seconds, the smaller the file will be, but then it'll take longer to navigate around the video. So there's a situation where I think it's contradicting. Inserting keyframes less frequently does not allow it to sync more efficiently. I might mention, I think 0 means auto and not 0 seconds. It seems like 0 defaults to 30 seconds or so. Let's see if you are correct. The keyframe at 0 is not recommended as it can. That's not. I don't think that's right. The less keyframes you have, the smaller the file will be because it's storing less full frames. Full frames take up tons of space. So less full frames will actually mean smaller files, but it takes longer to sync around the video because it just takes longer to find the last full frame to build upon that. If there's more full frames, it won't take as long to find them. So I think this thing is wrong. Someone fact check that for me, or else I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this thing's wrong. Before we move on to the next one, I just wanted to quickly apologize for all the movement with the green screen and the edges, how it's doing that weird thing. I only just noticed that now. I completely revamped my green screen setup, and I'm currently experimenting with it. This is one of the main videos where I'm experimenting with it, so I apologize about that. Just deal with it for now. I'm gonna hopefully look into it in the future and see what's going on. But let's move on to the next question though. So this next one is kind of similar. It has to do with laggy playback with a WMV file. So I'm just going to phrase it like this. So I am playing WMV files in my media player, exported at 10,000 kilobits per second, 60 frames per second. The playback is really laggy. What should I do? The answer is to not use WMV and just use H.264. Try to see if I can fix this real quick. Unfortunately, I forgot to copy and paste when I refreshed it, so I had to manually type it again. The answer is I processed them in Handbrake, and now I just exported an MP4 with H.264. Make sure that hardware and software requirements are met. Using a different media player might have helped. I was using Windows Media Player at the time I experienced this, and Media Player Classic might actually have better performance. But here it says check the file format, so I just use MP4. I guess I may as well conclude this real quick and say I'll just use MP4 instead, as I processed it in Handbrake, and that made the performance a lot better. MP4 is universal, so you should really do that. And it says MP4 is widely supported and all those things, so it can really make a massive difference. Converting them into MP4 with Handbrake may be a good solution. Yeah. We don't need to do stuff with this. We don't need to do stuff with this anymore. So now I'm going to ask a question that I had a while ago. So essentially what I wanted to do is have a Linux VM using VirtualBox in Windows. So Windows is a host and then Linux is a guest in VirtualBox. And I wanted to have a keyboard and mouse that I use to control my main computer. And then I use a second keyboard and mouse for the virtual machine. So it's kind of separate and it shows the cursor properly and everything. So that's essentially what I wanted to do. So I'm going to phrase that real quick. Okay, I just phrased the question. Let's see how it answers. To use the seamless mode feature, that I'm pretty sure uses the same keyboard and mouse and not a whole separate one. So that doesn't really meet my requirements there. Oh, interesting. So you can possibly configure it as input. You go to the settings, motherboard, pointing settings, USB tablet. When I select USB tablet, do I need to specify this other keyboard and mouse I am using for the guest? You do not need to specify the device, as it'll automatically be recognized. And then see, I'm wondering if it knows which one is for the host or which one is for the guest. So I'm going to ask that clarifying question. As I mentioned earlier, when you enable the mode, it'll both recognize the same keyboard and mouse. So now I'm basically asking, is it possible to use one keyboard and mouse for the host and then one for the guest independently without any additional hardware like a KVM switch, it is not possible because they're running on the same physical computer and recognize the keyboard and mouse sort of universally. So the answer of how I dealt with this is I hooked up the second keyboard and mouse to the Raspberry Pi and then used Barrier, where the Raspberry Pi was the guest, I think, and I don't know, was it the host? I forget which way is what, which one's the server and which one's the client. I think the Raspberry Pi was the server, and then I used Barrier on the virtual machine, made the networking bridged so that it could access stuff on the same network. And then I just had the virtual machine, the guest, to the Raspberry Pi. So I sort of treated the virtual machine like an additional monitor on the Raspberry Pi. And then I was able to use a separate keyboard and mouse that way. Oh, look at that. It's recommending Synergy. But I used Barrier, which is completely free. And then the other thing I did was I disabled mouse pointer integration in VirtualBox. That way the cursor properly shows up on the VM while I can completely independently control the host as well. So I just said I have a Raspberry Pi that I could use for USB input. Is there a way I could connect that to the VM over the network for free? Barrier is, and I don't like using VNC because of all the bandwidth that's involved. I want to minimize the bandwidth to just keyboard and mouse signals, and that's why I use Barrier as opposed to some remote software. So now I'm just asking, is there a way I could do it so I'm just sending keyboard and mouse signals to save bandwidth? That's why I use Barrier. It's recommending Synergy, which I feel like it costs money, but maybe it's free. I'm not sure. I'm gonna ask that clarifying question, is Synergy free? So it actually pointed me to the kind of solution I was hoping for pretty quickly. Oh, it is free and open source. I thought you had to have a license for it. So Synergy is pretty much like Barrier. Probably even more common, but I personally like using Barrier. Totally an acceptable answer. It uses the exact same idea. And it got to the answer I was hoping for relatively quickly, so I'm pretty impressed overall. So the next one is a question that's pretty easy to ask on Google. And basically what I'm doing in this next question is running a program called Win32k Disk Imager, which allows you to make an image from a Raspberry Pi, and then you can like back it up to your computer and restore it whenever you want. But one of the problems I've run into it in the past is sometimes the program just would not launch. Even when I reinstalled it, it would not launch. The reason why is because I had a RAM disk on my system using the imdisk utility, which allows you to create a RAM disk using physical memory. And you just can't have any RAM disk while you're using the Win32k Disk Imager. That's what the simple solution is. Unmount any RAM disks you're using. So I want to see if this chatbot can answer that easily. Okay, so I phrased it pretty simply. I just said I'm trying to use Win32k Disk Imager to back up my Raspberry Pi SD card, but it won't launch even though I installed it a while ago. Why doesn't it launch? It has to do with the RAM disk. So it's making sure that everything, including the software itself and the dependencies, are up to date. It's worked fine in the past and everything is up to date. I've tried reinstalling and the problem still happens. Create a new user account. Conflicts with other software, like the RAM disk, that would be a great example. A clean boot, which is like rebooted into safe mode, that would obviously make it work since the RAM disk will no longer be mounted. But then I won't even know what fixed it, obviously. Because then I try to go back onto my main system and all of a sudden it works fine. So there's no RAM disks. So at this point, what should I mention? I'll just mention I've created another user account and the problem persists. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a conflict with other software, but I don't know what that would be. Let's see how it responds to that. since I know that that's not what's going on, I can say that I ruled that out, technically speaking. It works fine when restarting the PC, but sometimes it still doesn't work again later on. I wish I knew what was causing it, because I don't want to have to restart the computer every time I am using this. If it works fine when it restarts but occurs again later, updates, pretty unlikely that check disks, because again, it's the RAM disks. Yeah, I just googled it and the very first result says it turns out mounted drives can cause an issue with that. If a Google Drive mounts itself, if there's a Linux ISO mounted, yeah, and in my case, if a RAM disk is mounted, one of the very first results when I was first researching this said that it had to do with a RAM disk being mounted, which was a problem in my case, and it just told me to unmount it. So I don't think it'll actually help me with that. So I think what I'll do is just tell it. I think it happens when I have RAM disks mounted. And then it says it's possible that it may be causing the problem. Then I'll start writing. I've Googled it, and it seems like other people have had problems for the RAM disk reason, or mounted drives in general. I don't want to like send the query while it's typing at the same time. And again, we already know that that's what the answer is, so let's move on to the next issue. So this one's a little bit more complex, almost like that GPT problem. You know what's kind of funny though? ChatGPT struggles with GPT related issues more than anything else. I wonder why. So basically, this next issue that I ran into relates to VirtualBox. So essentially, I had a bunch of virtual machines, and all these different virtual machines are pretty similar, but they're slightly different in nature. So between all these virtual machines, I have a multitask disk image, which means that it can access essentially the same hard drive between all the machines, but it actually stores snapshots of the changes between that and an original virtual hard drive. So a multitask disk image basically just stores the changes between the original hard drive and what happened here. And basically, when I migrated to a different system, it was basically unmounting all these different drives, except for the very first one. Restarting VirtualBox didn't make that issue happen. Like, it worked when I first mounted it, but then it unmounted when I restarted the computer. But restarting VirtualBox, it still worked fine. The answer to that problem was it had to do with the VBox configuration and where the absolute path of the original VDI file for the multitask image. Basically, the absolute path was wrong, so it kept unmounting it. Once I changed the VBox file to reflect the correct absolute path, everything worked just fine. So I want to see if I can figure this out easily. I doubt it will, honestly. Okay, let's see how it handles it now. I think I should have given it enough context. Let's find out. Make sure it's selected as a boot drive, which it was. They were properly registered. I don't think it's issues with the file system since it was working fine before. A clean boot would cause the same problem, knowing what's going on. Okay, so I just wrote something and said it's also worth mentioning that the disk image remains attached on the original virtual machine, but unattaches from the other virtual machines, only when restarting the computer. It's properly registered and works fine when I remount everything. The file system's working fine, as that was one of the troubleshooting steps. It works fine on the old installation, so why would it specifically happen when I restart the new computer on the new installation and nowhere else? I feel like we're just going around in circles again. Okay, so I just rephrased it to, it is the boot device for each VM. Like I said, it works fine until restarting the system. It is properly registered while it works, but seems to unregister itself when restarting the computer. where we started VirtualBox and not the computer, none of these issues happen. It still happens when working in clean boot. I don't think there's any conflicting software drivers or anything. I think it might be a difference between the two installations somehow. Spoiler alert, yes it is. As I mentioned, I changed the configuration file with the Rebox file and made the absolute path the same. Okay, so regarding these steps that it says, I'm responding with everything is up to date. Repairing the installation didn't change anything. There was no significant error messages or helpful logs. Reverting the changes didn't change anything. When I create a new virtual machine and attach the disk image, it eventually struggles with the same problem when rebooting the computer. They suggested to create a new virtual machine and use the same disk image, and it still eventually happens. And I mentioned how it only happens when restarting the computer and not VirtualBox alone. So let's see how it responds. Try uninstalling and reinstalling VirtualBox. That's not going to fix it. No BIOS updates will fix it either. Interesting how it mentions a VBox file right here, but it's nothing to do with quite what the actual problem is though. Okay, I just went ahead and talked for a little bit. I realized it wasn't recording, so that's really frustrating. But basically, I don't know where I left off, to be honest. But I mentioned the whole absolute paths, I think. I may have already mentioned this, I'm not sure. But I just mentioned how some absolute paths were different, and I changed it to the correct one. And I think it has some sort of bugs, and that's why things kept on attaching. Then VirtualBox said it's possible that's what was going on, and it may cause it to become detached like it was. If you're able to resolve the issue by modifying it to use relative paths instead of absolute, which is not what I did. So I specified that I did modify it to use relative paths, but I gave it the correct absolute path. Then I said, honestly, it should have used relative path by design because none of this would have happened otherwise. Maybe I should report this bug. Then it says it's good you were able to find a workaround by doing this. If you'd like to report a bug, it says how to do it. Then I said, do you think I should report a bug? Because at this time I haven't yet. I just forgot, to be honest. Then I said it's up to you whether you want to report the bug or not, which I think is a really good outlook for it to have. So I give huge props to ChatGPT and OpenAI for making things work out this way. So now I think I'm going to go over one more technical issue, which has to do with OpenSSH. So I've tried installing OpenSSH in Windows, but it just doesn't install no matter what I try. I've tried using the graphical installer. I've tried using the PowerShell, but they either freeze up or else it looks like it worked, but it didn't actually. So I'm going to write a question for that. The answer, by the way, is I use WSL with the Ubuntu instance, and then I just use SSH that way on a different port, like 2022. So I want to see if this thing can draw that kind of conclusion. I worded it as I've tried getting OpenSSH installed on my Windows system so I could use it with SSH, but it doesn't install. I tried the graphical installer, which just hangs, and so does the PowerShell command. I've tried pretty much everything I can find online and it doesn't work. What should I do? I want to see if it's a just WSL. Make sure you have the latest version of OpenSSH. Again, it doesn't work. I think I might have even tried installing it in safe mode and that didn't work. So I just said I can't install the latest version of OpenSSH because that's what gets stuck in the first place. The OS is up to date, even though I technically have Windows 10 instead of 11. Windows 11 might actually work with it fine, but that's not in my interest right now. I tried running as admin, it still happens in safe mode. None of these things work. Interesting stuff, but I'm pretty sure that none of those would end up working. I'm just going to say I tried installing a specific version, but that causes the same thing to happen. None of those above steps work either. I suggest using like Putty. Can Putty act as an OpenSSH server within Windows? because that's what I'm doing. I want to create a server, not a client. Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could actually use PuTTY with OpenSSH like that. I suppose that's probably what I could have done. I think the WSL stuff works just fine since I already happen to have that set up as it was. And the thing I needed to use it for is technically running on a Raspberry Pi. But if I wanted to run it on the main system, I could use WSL for the compatibility as well. So for me, that'll work fine. But I should really learn about the PuTTY stuff because that's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, so now we're finally going to get to some of the programming tasks that I wanted to have this thing do. So the programs that I'm going to basically have it do is software that either I don't even want to bother writing at all, just don't want to take the time to do it, or I was going to do it years later and I just don't really have a chance right now. I'm going to see if the chatbot can help me with some of this software, and I think it'd be interesting to demonstrate on a video like this. So if you want to see that stuff, that's what I'm about to do next. If not, this is the end of the video, technically speaking. So for you folks who are leaving, have a good one. Otherwise, let's start generating some software. So this is the kind of software that may or may not already exist. I honestly have no idea. But I'm going to try to write some AutoHotkey scripts, probably some Python, and maybe even some Bash as well. So those are the kind of things we're going to have it automatically write. And you could use this to determine if you think that this chatbot could replace software engineers or not. I'm guessing probably not, especially with some of the hassle that we're probably going to have to go through with this. We're going to have to be somewhat knowledgeable as well to know what we're doing and talking about and all those things. So the first software I'd like to have it write is sequential clipboard program. What I mean by that is I want to be able to sequentially copy and paste a whole bunch of stuff. What I mean is like I want to sequentially copy a bunch of stuff and then later on sequentially paste that whole bunch of stuff at an individual level. So for example, let's say I wanted to copy some random bits in here. I want to copy this, and then I want to copy this, and then I want to copy, let's say, that. So rather than copy and pasting, copy and pasting, copy and pasting, I just copy, 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 and then paste, paste, paste. That's something that I've always wanted to be able to do. I can't tell you how many situations that would have been handy. I do sort of have a solution like this to some extent already. Essentially what it does is it takes lines from a file that I basically put in there ahead of time. So like I was trying to rename some of the stuff in my Plex library in this example. You can only rename one file at a time, which is kind of a pain. So I just put all the stuff in here. And essentially, I was able to then paste, enter, select the next file, paste, enter, right? So that's something that I can already do with this sort of thing. And it just reads the lines from a file that it goes forever. I'll show you the script real quick, and then I'll show you what I want to do differently. So what the script actually does is it keeps track of an iteration number, basically the line number that we're on within the copy and paste. So then it'll read from that file. Related to what we were just talking about before, I should probably use relative paths rather than absolute, especially since it is in the same directory after all. I forget what some of this stuff actually does. All this might have to do with getting the number of lines that we have so that I know how many times to iterate. That's probably just the mechanism I use for that. So then I believe I press Win B instead of like Ctrl V to paste things one at a time, and then the number increments so that I can paste each of the items. So the clipboard is equal to whatever line it just read within the file. It reads one line at a time. There's probably a different approach I could have used, but whatever. So and I think what this does is if it's on the first iteration and I press the quit button, that means I don't want to keep running the script anymore. But if we're in a certain iteration in the middle of it, then it just refreshes the program so it starts at the beginning. Maybe I made a mistake in my paste and I would rather start over or get myself back to where I left off. This is useful for that. So that's how I currently paste things sequentially. By the way, that's also useful for titling a bunch of YouTube videos in bulk. So I had this learning playlist that had a whole bunch of different mini lessons within each one. And naming all those files as I uploaded each video, it was useful to have this, let me tell you. So basically doing a bunch of stuff in bulk, this could be quite handy. But what I want to be able to do is rather than using a file like this, I want to be able to just press the copy key a bunch of times and then I can press the paste key a bunch of times. So basically I'll keep pressing copy for however many times I want to copy. And as long as I haven't pasted, that means I want to add more to my copying buffer essentially. And then when I paste, it'll paste in sequentially. But then when I hit copy again, if I paste it at least once, then it'll basically start the buffer all over again. So that's essentially what I would like to have. Being able to copy and paste stuff on the spot would be quite handy. Being able to do this on the Mac and Linux would also be quite handy. I'm sure there's probably already a Linux solution available, but later on I'll probably ask it, how can I do this equivalent in Mac? Which would be quite handy since it could use context and then piece together an equivalent based on all that context. That's one of the things that I absolutely love about the chatbot when it comes to context. That's for a later thing, what I just pulled up. So I think for this, I'm going to create a new thread. Let's see if we can phrase our query now for that particular thing. So this is, let's say that this is the kind of thing that a non-programmer wants to be able to do. And I'm going to use AutoHotkey for this, by the way, since it's really good with hotkeys, and that's what I already did with this. I just want this to make a full pendulum swing for the complete functionality, essentially. And when I use this sequential script, I may not always want to do that, so I'll use Win-C and Win-V rather than Control-C and Control-V. Then Control-C and Control-V will function like normal. But when I want this functionality, I could use the other keyboard shortcuts. I was in the middle of typing and then I accidentally hit enter. So let's take a look and see what it says overall. Yes, it's possible to sequentially paste items and stuff like that. So it knew about Win-C and Win-V because I started talking about that. What the heck did I just paste right here? Win-C and Win plus some YouTube video. Honestly, I have no idea what it is. It's probably something I might watch later. That's my guess. You guys could probably figure that out if you want. Hopefully it's nothing I regret though. So Win-C, so it basically has this array, which I've never actually used an array in AutoHotkey before. So that's interesting. So now I can ask a clarifying question and say, will it... Well, let's just see if it works like I expect. I forgot what I was originally going to ask it in the first place. So let's create a new AutoHotkey script, even though I probably could do it in the other one. Other clipboard paste.autohotkey. So at the beginning of every script, I like to add single instance force. That way reloading it can happen without constantly prompting. So let's just see if this code works right out of the gate. Wouldn't be surprised because the concept is relatively simple. So no errors, that's good news. It has produced errors right away sometimes. So let's say I want to copy this. So I'm pressing Win-C, Win-C, Win-C. Now let's paste them all here. So Win-V is not doing anything at all right now. It might be interfering with something in my main AutoHotkey script. Yeah. I already have some code. Oh, I see. This is actually in preparation for some video production in the Stream Deck. I forget exactly what it was. Okay, so now WinV should not be interfering. I think I might copy a bunch of stuff again. Copy, copy, copy. And then paste. Should make sure I don't have any other scripts interfering with this. I'm just going to mention it doesn't seem to be pasting anything when pressing WinV. Make sure the script is running, which it is. I know for a fact it's running. It's that one. Yeah, of course it's the last one out of all the ones I check. Make sure the hotkey aren't being used by other programs. I just verified that it's not. I added that to the top of it myself, but I don't know how that pertains to clipboard access. It's funny how the one additional line it suggests is what I ended up adding myself at the very beginning. Any suggestions for fixing it? Try writing the script as an admin. I can't imagine that being it, but it's worth a shot, I guess. So I have... Oh, come on. There we go. Might not work with programs that actually require administrative privileges or whatever. So WinC, WinV. It just presses V, I guess. You can add some debug statements. So line 32. So it gave a whole bunch of different stuff. Invomoop. Oh, come on. Spelled that wrong, but whatever. The problem is caused by the concatenation operator. So let's see if that works now. So I think that's what the loop's supposed to be. Now let's see a non-programmer. Would they want to be going through this kind of stuff right here? See, that didn't even fix the error. Still the same error. I've actually had similar issues where it just kept going with the concatenation operator as well. So it's writing a new script that may hopefully end up working. Oh, look at that. It stores the original content of the clipboard. That's pretty cool. Although it doesn't use the clipboard all variable, but other than that, it's pretty cool. So let's just run that once and see how that works. I think I'm going to run this as a non-admin though, because I think it'll only work with other programs that have admin access. And the programs that don't, it just won't work. Oh, it kind of seems to do something now. I don't know if that was everything. So I'm just going to do some really short prompts just to see what happens. Let me refresh the script and see what happens when I do the short prompts now. Still not the right thing. It just does a bunch of V's now. Now let's see what happens if I copy normally. Still behaves that way. I don't know what's going on here. Here's something else that could potentially be going on. I'm currently using Barrier, which has the ability to share the clipboard between multiple computers, and it's possible that that's interfering with this. So if it doesn't work after trying this code, I may consider trying to go without using Barrier and see if that works. Now I'm just going to say error on the following line right there. So now it's a comma operator. I don't think that's going to make a difference because it made that mistake before, if you remember correctly. Still does it. And I'm also tired of having to right click every time, so I think I may add a reload with WinR for the next time I refresh it properly. So still the same like it did earlier. It kind of forgets some of the mistakes that it makes, as you can see as well, which is kind of frustrating. Okay, I'm back now, and I forget exactly where we left off, but let's try this most recent code. It might have changed something. That seems to be the case. Oh, come on. My WinR stuff is gone. Reload and return. Use that now. Oh, airing out with this. Airing out with this line. Oh, come on, I didn't even paste it. How dumb of me. It's a good thing that it errored out with incomplete prompt, but unfortunately it errored out because my internet sort of dropped out, it looks like. So I'm gonna have to wait for it to come back, I guess. I later discovered that my internet wasn't actually dropping out. It was my computer specifically, and Plex Media Server was causing it. It was one of the most challenging problems to troubleshoot and pinpoint. I have a video talking about the problem more in depth and how difficult the troubleshooting process was, linked in the description or the I thing in the top right. It was bonkers. Okay, looks like the internet is back, so let's give it this prompt. It's caused by the length of the property, so I guess it realizes what mistake it made, and in theory, it's correcting itself now, so hopefully this ends up working out once I try it. So it looks like it generated a heck of a lot more code now, so hopefully that ends up working. And let's see if, nope, I guess I can't reload because it's never loaded properly with that change yet. Oh, come on. I'm telling it that line right there still glitches out. Make sure the array is being initialized correctly. I don't know if it could really do that. I think it might have to do what I did in a different program, which is this one right here. So this is a program that I'll probably be talking about later. I'm not entirely sure. But essentially what it does is that I'll explain it later, but I have an array like this where I just have a number after the variable name and I sort of treat it like an index of an array, even though it's not really an array. If this doesn't work, we might want it to do an approach like this instead, since the array stuff seems to be what the problem is, and I've never really had any luck with arrays in the past. So this is the WinC stuff, I think. So let's paste that right there, then we can at least see if it's working, but as you can see, it ran into a character limitation right there. So we'll just have to do that one later, but let's do this for now. It still hasn't initialized properly, so I have to reload again. I'm still getting the illegal character thing on that line right there. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. See, it's making the same mistake over and over and over again. I'm getting tired of it, to be frank. I do like how it can add comments in code. I think I forgot to mention that. So now I'm just going to tell it ran out of characters in this area right here probably. So I'm telling it to start again from that line, but I'm guessing it's going to do the beginning. See, it did it from the beginning, and now it's probably going to run into the limitation again. And now it's doing this concatenation stuff again, which I think it's going to glitch out on. Okay, so now I'm telling it that it ran to the character limitation and to start from this line and not the beginning, like it always tends to do. But it's probably still not going to listen. Oh, it did. Okay, I'm pleased about that. That was all it had to write. Are you kidding me? I could have guessed those last characters. At least it listened. Now let's try that once. So now I just mentioned that it has the error at that following line again, just like earlier. I'm guessing that this is still gonna glitch out because it's, if you notice, it's making the same mistake over and over again. Sometimes it doesn't even learn. I'm just gonna say same mistake again. And look at that. It's probably gonna do the same thing now, but with all the code again. The line still has the error with every suggestion you've made so far. I think it might have been looking at the wrong thing. That might be a good workaround, actually. So let's put that right there. But see, you kind of have to know what we're doing to know where to put everything, which the people using this to replace programmers might not be able to do. So now I'm just going to say length is a non-existent function. It thinks I use an len function, which might not even be correct. Okay, so I just ran into the character limitation, so I'm telling it to resume, or from there, not the beginning, which it did a good job at so far. Looks like the len doesn't exist either. See, I was confidently making this mistake. I think we're gonna have to do some other approach potentially. I think I'm gonna have it do a different approach where I basically it adds to the clipboard history as long as I'm pressing Win C. And then once I press Win V, it'll simply go through all of them one at a time. But then Win C will reset as long as I paste it at least once. So I'm going to tell it to do that different approach. I think that approach will honestly work a lot better than what it was doing by default, since that was going to be my original approach anyway. Why do I have the feeling that this is just going to work better? It might have some mistakes, who knows, but let's try this approach once. No errors, that's good news. Let's try it out once. So I copied those three things. Let's try pasting them. So WinV pasting is not working at all. Maybe I should try it without barrier once. The computer that I'm actually using to record this screen is of course a different computer. I'm gonna actually have them match and use this computer that I'm on right now to control the recording PC instead. Like only when I need it, I guess. So I'm gonna disable barrier now and we'll see if that helps at all. Barrier doesn't seem to be affecting anything with this, but I did also notice when looking at the code, it does an array still use a variable and then have a number after it. The iteration, which is kept by another variable, is what index we're accessing in a given moment. So now it's going to try doing that approach, I guess. And see, I kind of had to know what I was doing, what was going on to be able to provide that clarification in the first place, which again, people trying to replace programmers might not have such an easy time doing. Let's give that another shot. The WinR finally worked for the first time, which is exciting. So let's try pasting. I'm no longer using barrier, by the way. That's why the V's aren't coming up, I don't think, either. I'm just going to say for some reason that's not pasting the content. And that's more of a semantic error rather than like a syntax error. So it says to do like a message box. So maybe we could message box when C triggered. And let's duplicate that down here and just say when V triggered. I should be able to go like this. When C triggered, because it made it to the very end. Made it to the end again. And then when V made it to the end also. Now we should maybe access the variables. So I'm going to access clipboard history 0. Maybe both here and here. And I don't know which one is what because of how I activated it. So let's give that a shot now. See, look at that. That's empty now. That should have added the very first item. Nothing showed up. It was empty. So that may be a clue. And see, these are things that I don't want to have to go through right now. So I'm going to see if I could like rewrite the WinC stuff so the variable ends up filling up correctly. So I wrote some new code that I'm just gonna have it paste, but I'm gonna paste it and put the debug messages in it. All right, let's see what happens. The variable ended up still being empty. Let's debug this clipboard variable right here and see if that ends up showing the right thing. I see what's going on. So the clipboard variable has whatever is currently in the clipboard, even if I press the key. As you can see, wasn't able to avoid the error and it didn't even know what was happening. Yeah, I think I know what the error is. The clipboard variable needs to update before it gets appended to the history. So I just added the following statement. The clipboard variable doesn't update with what I highlight before it gets appended to the history. Can you rewrite the script so it does update? As in pressing Ctrl C before getting to this keyboard variable, whatever. Okay, so I'm noticing something really interesting. So I just copied the code that it rewrote and added a message box right after it does the Control C stuff. So I think it would be current when it does that. However, what ends up happening is, let's say I highlight this. I would expect this to show up on the message box here, but when I press it, it's one behind. This is what I had highlighted prior to that. And now what I just had highlighted here, that's what this is. Even though I have the message box right after the send input, it's still lagging one copy behind. And also the pasting doesn't actually work either. Okay, so I just gave it some clarification and said the copying is lagging one Control C behind. I added a print statement right after the send input, Control C, and it does what I had highlighted the previous time I pressed it rather than the current. The print statement is after the send input but behaves as if it's right before. Also, the paste doesn't do anything. So let's see what it says here. I don't want to spend more time on this, that much more, so I think I'm gonna have it try a different approach and say, is there a way you can have it so that if I press Win C, then it starts listening to when I press Control C and does what Win C is currently doing? Then maybe have the paste with Win V still do the same thing. I think me pressing Control C will fix it. Listen for my presses only after I press Win C, and then keep doing that until I press Win V at least once. I don't know, let's see if that works. I have never used that type of syntax before. I've used the pound symbol before, but never as an if statement like that. That's quite powerful. I wish I would have known about this type of syntax a long time ago. Let's see how this type of approach works instead. So basically what I'm doing is I press Win C, press Control C when I want to do my copying. Now let's see what happens. Oh, you know what? I bet Control C isn't happening at all. We have to add the tilde or whatever symbol right before that. Since I'm using that in my main AutoHotkey script, I have to suspend hotkey so that I can type this symbol right here. Let's try with that once. Also, refresh no longer works because it's now under this if statement. I give up. Look how late it is for me right now. I am not gonna spend any more time on this particular program. I think it gives us an idea on the chatbot and what we were trying to analyze in the first place. I'll probably be writing this sometime in the future. We'll have to see. But basically, it does the exact same thing using this approach. It didn't fix anything. I'm not gonna waste any more requests on this since you can only do so many requests in an hour anyway. And I have a lot more stuff that I want to try. So let's move on to the next thing that I want to do with it. So what I want to do is basically make it so I can quickly copy the URL at a time code for a YouTube video. So let me pull up a YouTube video real quick and I'll try my famous snap transition for that. Ready? So as an example, I'll just use one of my own videos for the sake of copyright. So what I'm going to do is, let's say I want to real quickly copy that moment to the clipboard, like an actual URL that can essentially take me to that moment. So in case you didn't know, you can go to this share button right here. click start at whatever the time code is and click copy. But you can also right click a video, click copy video URL at current time. But when I'm doing this on my PC that's hooked up to the TV and using my Steam controller to control everything, I don't always want to have to right click and do that sort of stuff. So I want to see if it can find a quick way for me to copy the URL with the time code embedded into it in pretty much the quickest way possible. So yeah, if I do URL at current time, then when I paste it in the URL bar, it'll take me right to that moment, which is what I really like about it. That's the kind of program I want to write now. So now I gotta decide what language to do it in. I think I'm probably gonna do that in AutoHotkey as well, because I think it would integrate nicely with the Windows API, and I only care to do it in Windows right now. So I'm gonna stick with that for now, since I don't want to spend much more time on this video, and I have a lot of things I want to do yet. So let's just try to cruise through the thing. I may end up skipping some stuff, not necessarily skipping stuff, but not completing it for the sake of time, because I don't want to spend any more days recording this. So I think I'm going to start a new thread for the purpose of this. So I made my query pretty simple. Can you write an AutoHotkey script that could allow me to quickly press a keyboard shortcut, which is like a button on my Steam controller, to copy the URL of a video I'm watching on YouTube to the clipboard at the current time I'm on? I know it's familiar with the time code because I've had to do stuff with that before. Here's an example. Now, this when active, I'm probably going to be using Brave rather than Chrome. What is going on there? I think it's just going to keep doing this forever, huh? That's odd. Is it just seriously trimming one character at a time rather than like 10? Well, that's scary behavior. It's gonna run out of characters, I think. So now I'm gonna ask the clarifying question. Oh, so then I gotta quit this particular script. So I'm not bothered by that. I didn't tell it about that tilde thing with the previous program, by the way. So I'm just gonna ask, why do you keep writing the line over and over again? And I'm just gonna say this line over and over again. In practice, it's more efficient to use a regular expression. Let's have it do that approach. Can you do the regular expression approach you were talking about instead? That'd be awesome. I should have also specified to do ahkexe brave.exe instead, but why didn't it just do that from the very start? I mean, come on. That is far more efficient. So it parses out the anti equals the time code, and then it just simply removes everything else after that. I'm going to ask it why it didn't do that at the very start, even though that wastes another request, and we can only do so many in an hour right now. Maybe we'll have more requests in the future, especially if we can host our own model of this in the future, which would probably take up a lot of space. So that may not even really be possible. So I'm going to close all that. I'm going to create a new script called... I'm going to eventually append this to my main script, but for now I'll create a new script. So I'll just create a copy video URL.ahk, paste that in. I am in Chrome right now, so maybe this will work fine. So let's save it and run that. Also, it's using Ctrl C, and I'd rather... I have a controller mapping. I forgot what keyboard shortcut I used for that. I don't remember what the shortcut was, but for now, let's see if we can do like Win Shift T. I don't think that's taken by anything, but I could be wrong about that. So let's try this once. And see, this is why I like to have single instance force, so I don't keep getting prompted like that. So let's try that once. So in theory, what I should be able to do is press that shortcut now. Let's say I have this moment here. which should be different than that 2440. Sadly, it did Ctrl Shift T instead of what I wanted. Oh, because this is probably not correct. So for now, just change it to Chrome. I just want to remind you that it's technically cheating since I just changed that thing on my own. But I could just as easily tell it, use this instead, and I'm sure it would work fine. If people know that that's what they should be doing and whatnot. So let's try this once. So it still opens up a new tab interestingly. Okay, so I basically just remapped it so that it uses F10 instead, since that's not taken by anything as far as I can tell. And it copies the URL at the top, but it doesn't do the time code or anything like that, so I need to clarify that now. Okay, first of all, can you add single instance forced to the beginning? Also, remap it to F10 for now. Also, it doesn't get the current time of the video right now and just copies the URL. Can you fix that? Certainly. See, this is a great assistant. Oh, perfect. So it talked about these other code bits, and then I was like, can you combine it all in one? Then it says, here's the completed. So I guess it went over all that stuff for the purpose of elaboration, which is pretty nice of it. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this ends up working. So I got all the characters down, which is pretty cool. I have a slight feeling that this may end up working. But when the video's in full screen, that's my question. Basically, I'm probably going to want to have it rewrite so that it can handle when the video's in full screen and all that. So let's try it at this time right here. So it didn't actually append the correct time to it. The URL is formatted correctly. However, the current time was blank. Also, will this work when a video is in full screen? I forgot to include a variable where it's supposed to. That's hilarious. I'm telling you, just like humans, artificial intelligence is not perfect. It should work in full screen, but it actually presses Ctrl L to highlight the URL bar to get the URL and stuff. So I question if that'll work in full screen, but maybe we'll find out. So let's copy that new code. It's probably not any bigger, it's just an oversight. So I'm here. I want to copy this URL to somewhere real quick. It still did not get the current time code. So I said it still didn't append the actual time code to the end, probably because it wasn't in the variable. Let's see what it does now. Okay, so I just got a parameter number 2 invalid in the following line. So I'm going to say parameter number 2 was invalid in the following line. So this is how you follow up with it, but spell the word line correctly. I love how it doesn't fixate on incorrect spelling as well. It's still invalid. As you can see, it kind of also has a hard time with certain types of syntax errors. I got past the error now, that's good news. So now let's see if it works. So if I press F10, still doesn't append the time to the end. It still doesn't append the time to the end. I don't think it's even retrieving the current time at all right now. Ooh, what is WebDriver.ahk? That's interesting how it can take different approaches like that and potentially use libraries. I don't really want to do this approach because I don't want to have to download whatever. So I might be using this across several computers and it's just kind of inconvenient overall. I'm just going to say I don't want to download anything additional since I will be using this across several systems. I did notice YouTube has a feature where you can right click the video and copy a URL with time is an option. Can you maybe do an approach utilizing that instead? Is this going to replace programmers anytime soon? I hope this answers the question right here. It's used as an assistant. Like clearly I'm using this to assist me, and since I'm doing the right click approach anyway, I may as well have written it myself. But to be fair, I probably wouldn't have done it in the most optimal way. So let's try that once. I'm just gonna say that is not a recognized action. Interesting how it uses the apps key and whatnot. Oh, look at that. So it's getting the URL possibly. Then it's possibly navigating that one menu. It also remembered to still include that single instance force, which is quite handy as well. I can see it forgetting that for sure. So now let's try it. It's not erroring out. Oh, that's interesting. So it says URL copied to clipboard, and then this just does the entire script for some reason. That's interesting. And I think it did a new line character, and then somehow the URL variable became the entire script, which is odd. I just explained basically exactly that. So it's emptying the clipboard first, which not 100% sure if that's gonna work. Let's try it now once. So I right click, but I did right click the video itself. So that's what I'm saying right there. I have a feeling that DLL call might make a mistake. I'm not sure. I am now getting this following error right here. It basically says parameter number 3 must be blank in this case. So I've written a message saying exactly that. This is a revised version. That should be able to do it. No errors this time. Let's see if it works. It right-clicked the URL bar rather than the video itself. Those are different context menus. If you remember, that particular menu also has stuff like stats for nerds. Okay, let's paste that and run it once. It's still right-clicking the URL bar, which has absolutely nothing to do with this. It only has to do with the video itself. Also, when moving the mouse, do speed 0, which is faster than the default speed. Move the mouse back to where it was once it's done moving. And if this doesn't work, I'm just gonna ask it to right click pretty much anywhere that the video would actually be, and then just click the context menu option. And actually, I might not even do that on camera because it's that straightforward and I don't want to waste any requests on that particular thing. That's an interesting approach. Character limitation. That doesn't seem like a whole lot of characters compared to some of the other ones. I'm just going to say character. Oh no. Gonna have to try again in about an hour or so. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I guess I'll be back when this thing lets me do stuff again, hopefully. Right, so I got some stuff done, and by now I should be able to use the chatbot again. So regarding this program we're just working on, I'm just gonna write a script that can right-click and click this copy video URL at time. I mean, let's be real. That's gonna be the easiest probably. So let's move on to the next thing for now. So the next thing we're gonna do is I wanna have it write a Python program that can take in a video and detect where it's looping perfectly. So there's gonna be a video that's X amount of time, but there's probably a point where a start and end frame could match up to make the video appear to be looping perfectly, like pretty close. So for example, my background right here, this is essentially just a video of my background, and you can see the grain that's on it because I took a video, but I only took the video for so long, and there's a point where it's essentially eventually gonna restart, and it may not look that natural when it does. But if it found a point where it looped perfectly, then it might look more natural. I have a few other examples I can think of, but it just takes a video and finds a point where it loops perfectly. The starting point might not happen until like 20 seconds in, and then at the 69-second mark, for example, that might be where it ends up looping perfectly. So the video could cut from that start to the end point, and then if it's looped around, it should in theory loop perfectly forever if it finds that right moment. So I think I'm going to have it use Python for this because I know Python as a video library might not be the fastest language, but it's the one that I know of that'll probably be the best from my vantage point. So that's what I'm probably going to do for that. So essentially I'm going to have it write a Python program that can loop a video perfectly. So I'm going to write a prompt for that real quick. So this is actually quite a big request now that I think about it. So you write a Python program that basically does exactly what I described. Let's see how it handles that. I like how it's like certainly CB2 is probably the right library for that sort of thing. It's interesting to see what approach it takes for that type of problem. So video capture will load a video. I know because I've done this before. In fact, this video actually demonstrates where I've done this. See if I can find some code where I happen to be doing that. I might not. Yeah, so this is image yeah, cb2.video capture. Perfect. Found a moment in there. So I've done it before, as you can see. So I said, can you resume from the following line because it ran into the character limitation. Do not do the very beginning. That's perfect. So why don't we start implementing some of this code. So I'm just gonna call it find_loop.py. I just can't believe that a bot wrote this, let alone wrote it so quickly. Okay, so now I'm gonna have it resume from that point. It listened again. That's pretty awesome. It sucks when it doesn't listen. So let's paste that in. Looks like it pasted it correctly. That's pretty good news. And that matters because Python is very sensitive to indentation in case you didn't notice. Oh, that's pretty awesome. So let's paste in the rest of the code. That's crazy. It wrote like 85 lines of code in a matter of minutes, which is absolutely insane. So, unfortunately, since it's pretty late, I don't really want to try it tonight, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go either until we run into the hour limitation like we did before, or else when I get to a certain point where there's going to be more stuff involved that I'd rather not do tonight. And I think I'll do the rest of it tomorrow. I wasn't originally going to, but I'm going to do some more stuff tomorrow. But if I run into a limitation tomorrow, that's where the video ends. No matter what, I am not putting any more time into this. The video is long enough as it is, and the amount of time I spent on this is ridiculous as well. So tomorrow I'll let you know the results of this. So let's move on to the next program now. So the next thing I want to do is essentially, so sometimes I like to be able to search keywords inside of videos to find the moment that I'm looking for. And the best way to do that I know of is to essentially use a transcript, like a .srt file, because I could use Ctrl F or Command F when I'm on Mac. and be able to find stuff based on keywords. And then the SRT is formatted so I can see where that moment is actually located. And then I can go to that moment, and I found that part of the video most of the time. So the problem with that is when I do that with my own videos, I don't really have a auto-generated transcript for that. And I like the way that YouTube auto-generates transcripts. And the problem is if I want to get a transcript, I have to upload the video to YouTube. Sometimes I'll even make it audio only. Like it'll just be a black video and then upload it to YouTube just for getting a transcript. Then I download that transcript and then I can do what I want with it. I think that's quite tedious, and it would be nice to have a program that can just basically take audio and generate a transcript from it, sort of like how YouTube does, possibly even without using the internet. That would be pretty sweet. But I could download some sort of model where I could do it without the internet. I'm sure it's possible since I have a utility called Subsync, which can actually download that or basically sync up subtitles without using the internet as it is. It downloaded like the language and then it's able to do it without internet access. I feel like there has to be a way to be able to generate the transcript without internet. I also like how Google Chrome has live transcription, which works without the internet, and it can do it on basically anything that's playing through Google Chrome. So I feel like there's got to be a way to use some software that it can essentially do that. So I'm going to put in the prompt for that now. And the prompt ended up being a lot longer than I thought it would. So I just said, now I was wondering if you could generate a Python program that allows me to locally give it some audio or video and generate captions for it. Sort of like how YouTube can auto-generate captions for videos. I like to be able to use Ctrl F for video transcript to find a moment I'm looking for, even on auto-generated captions, which works pretty well. I want to be able to do this on some of my own videos, but I don't want to upload it to YouTube just to be able to search a transcript after generating one. Can you write a Python program that'll take video or audio and generate a SRT transcript automatically so I can do this? It would be sweet if you had an approach that works pretty accurately that doesn't require the internet to do this, as it would save a lot of upload bandwidth. Let's see what it does. Certainly, that would be absolutely insane. Even if it is just audio, that's perfectly fine, honestly. This is an interesting approach. Wow, that is insane. I'm gonna tell it to resume from this line. It was on the last line, technically speaking. Okay, let's start loading the code. So I've created a transcribe SRT file, or Python code, I should say. Okay, so now let's paste the rest of the code. I'll define an audio file to do this with. Okay, so what I've done is I took a minute-long excerpt from one of my videos, and I just called the sample audio and stored it in the same directory as all the Python scripts are stored in. So let's save that, and then we're gonna run it. So let's do Python transcribe SRT. Oh man, that's unfortunate. Oh, you know what? We don't have it installed, I don't think so. I think we can do pip install speech recognition, which I'm sure the bot would recommend. Of course, this has to happen when the internet drops out. Okay, so I just asked it about it not working, and then it says you use this pip command, which I thought I just used right here, but maybe I spelled something wrong. It doesn't enter within that, so I have to copy it again, I think. There we go. I am getting the following error trying to install that. So maybe we have to install some dependencies and then it'll work. I love how it basically gave all these instructions and whatnot, especially if it ends up working. So we need to install some of those other things and then hopefully it'll end up working. The port audio doesn't work either. Now I have to install some more stuff. I think a lot of these Pi dependencies were made in C or C++, so I think that's why CMake might be required for a fair amount of stuff. I think it's what compiles C and C++ programs, if I'm not mistaken. If you're building packages from source on Linux, I think you'll probably be using CMake in that process. Now let's try it. Be awesome if it works now. So I just gave it the other error. Now hopefully that'll help troubleshoot stuff. There's a network glitch, so I resubmitted the question in this format. And I don't want to install Visual Studio right now, I can tell you that much. Now I'm asking if there's an alternative that I could use. I've heard of MinGW. I think I actually have CYG Win installed already. When I do a search for CYG Win, it looks like I have a bunch of stuff pertaining to that with Python. But I think I'm still gonna try to run this and see if it works. I am now downloading it, but I get the feeling that it's probably not going to end up working at all. Installation is now complete. Let's find out if it actually works now. Hopefully it does. Nope. This thing has some other troubleshooting steps, such as updating pip, which I'm sure it needs to be updated. It's already updated. Let's see what this does. Probably won't change anything though. I don't know what easy install even is. I said that none of those things work and whether or not it has any other suggestions. Looks like it just gave a project that doesn't even exist. That's interesting. This thing's telling me that I might be able to download the actual TGZ file that's on this website. And then I point the terminal to that directory and just install that, I guess. So let's go to the extracted directory that's got all the files and whatnot. So I guess now we just run pip install and that. So I'm now telling it about the error that I ended up getting trying to do that. We'll have to see if these commands end up working at all. So configure. Not sure if I'm supposed to do anything here. So something popped up when I said this, and I'm asking the clarifying question, am I supposed to change anything when that comes up? So it's a script that's supposed to run. So I'm going to ask how I'm supposed to run this on Windows. So now I'm specifying that. So now I'm specifying that I get an open with dialog when I do this and asking how am I supposed to run that. So now how do I do this in Windows? To be quite frank, I think I might have an easier time doing this on Mac, which is probably where I'm going to be using it a lot of times anyway. From the looks of it, I might want to run it on NWSL, which might be my best option. Well, I guess I'm going to try to run this in WSL. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. So now I'm navigating to the corresponding directory. And I'm going to run the configure, and see what happens here. You know what, for the sake of time tonight, I'm gonna probably run this on Mac tomorrow because we're gonna be using Mac a little bit with this chatbot probably tomorrow. So I'll just do it then. Let's move on to the next thing for now. The next thing I would like to have it do is actually quite similar to what we were just doing. So if I have a transcript without timings, but I want to sync it sort of like how YouTube can take a bunch of text and synchronize that text with the actual video. I want to have some sort of offline Python program that can accomplish the same thing. So now I'm basically asking, can you write a Python program that can take in a text file with transcript stuff that doesn't have timings on it and convert it to an SRT that does have timings? It would also take in an audio file to reference for those timings. And it'd be cool if it could be done offline, etc. Sure, I can help you with that. I think it's interesting all the different ways it all needs that speech recognition, so we're not going to be able to do anything with that. Okay, so I wrote the code, then I had it resume from where it essentially stopped. And then it has this helper function that's essentially referenced throughout the code, and so I added it above so that I can reference it later on. I don't know if this is going to work, so we're pretty much going to have to probably test this on the Mac as well, because it also uses that speech recognition and possibly some other dependencies that might be needed. So we'll test that later. Let's move on to the next thing now. So one thing that's driven me absolutely crazy is when I'm watching videos from my watch later. My watch later is at a point where I'm adding so many videos that when I actually use it to play videos, it lags so bad that it doesn't really lag, but it takes forever to load a video, and it works just fine without the watch later playlist involved. So, for example, if I just click on some video, it'll just take forever to load, which drives me nuts. So essentially what I want to do is I want to be able to take some sort of URL. So if you notice within the URL, they'll have a video, and then there'll be an and list as well as an index. That's how it associates with the playlist that you're watching. But if you were to remove that bit, then you have the standalone video where it doesn't take forever to load with the playlist on top of that. So what I'd like to do is to try to be able to copy that link to the clipboard and then get that URL all by itself so that I don't have to deal with that nonsense. And then I can quickly just parse everything out, which would be quite nice. So the way I'm going to have it work, I think, is I'm going to have it copied to the clipboard and then maybe create some sort of shortcut that will paste it with the stuff removed. Since I can access stuff from the clipboard, it should be able to parse stuff out. So I think I'll do this with AutoHotkey, since I'll probably be using this the most on the couch. Okay, so I've given it a prompt. And one of the other things that drives me crazy about playlists is how it automatically goes to the next video, and you basically have no way around that. Okay, so I created a new AutoHotkey script, so hopefully this will work fine. I don't know if it'll behave exactly how I want, because I think it probably won't open up a new tab and then paste and enter. I'm gonna have it see if it can make that modification too. I'm also realizing it's not gonna work with the clipboard, so I'm gonna ask it to do that. Okay, so let's say this is a video that I wanted to do it with. So I right click this, hit F10. There's nothing in the clipboard right now. Let's try it again. So I'm mentioning that it doesn't paste anything, and there's nothing in the clipboard when it does that. If this doesn't work, then I'm going to do my other idea. Basically write a Python GUI application that has my watch later list right on there. Then I can just click it for a standalone video. And maybe I don't want to just do it with watch later. I might want to be able to specify whatever playlist. But since watch later is specific with YouTube accounts, I may want to have it support watch later, since that is kind of specific. So I copy that URL, hit F10. It worked. I didn't think it would work so nicely. That's pretty awesome. What did it even do anyway? Well, that'll be a really handy solution with the controller and all that. So I'll probably have to make it detect when I'm in my watch later, and then the shortcut only works if I have my watch later active. So I'll probably have it check the window title. I'll figure that out later though. Now let's go to that next prompt, which is basically writing a Python program that graphically displays my watch later. Then I can just click on whichever video I want to basically make it load that video standalone into the default web browser. It opens up a new tab in the default web browser. So I'm going to write a prompt for that now. Now basically asking, can you write a Python program that graphically displays the stuff in my watch later, including the thumbnail preview, the length of the video, the title, and maybe the index of the playlist. When I click a video, open that in the default web browser, the standalone video. So that's actually quite a big program with such a little prompt. So it'll be interesting to see how that ends up working out. I'm guessing that we're gonna have to do some sort of API stuff with that, which I kind of don't want to do at this time of night right there. So max results of 50, which is interesting. I think I'm just gonna possibly do this tomorrow as well. I don't want to do it right now. And maybe I'll just do a status update when I do end up getting around to it. I'll probably have a pinned comment down in the comments with status updates on various things, including this type of thing. Yeah, this is a pretty big program for such a little prompts. Well, I guess I might have figured out the secret to resume from where I want rather than the beginning of the code. Rather than saying, like, you cut off whatever, just say, can you resume from the following line? Then whatever the line is, it tends to do a lot better with that. Ran out of characters again. So barely fit it here. So it looks like it couldn't even do the rest of that description, but it got this code right here. So now I'm just gonna paste this last little bit of it. So I just wrote this line of code in a matter of minutes, which is pretty cool. So we're gonna test this out later as well, because I don't want to do stuff related to the API stuff right now. Maybe I'll have a status update in the comments, I don't know. If you don't see one here, it should be in the comments when I get to it. I'll try to remember. Okay, so this next thing I'm doing pertains to something that I made in P5.js, which is a JavaScript framework for creative coding. So essentially I made this abacus simulator right here, and what I wanted to be able to do is add, subtract, multiply, and divide, but animate every single step in between. So what I have right now is it can add doesn't work 100% correctly, but it works with most stuff that I give it. So if I were to add 123 plus 456, I hit enter, then it does 579, which is correct. So some of you may not know exactly how an abacus works. This is specifically a school abacus. There's other kinds that may or may not make sense. If you look at my main channel, one of my first videos actually is a tutorial of how to use an abacus, believe it or not. But basically, all these beads represent values. So and all the rows represent place values. So like this bottom row is a ones place, the one above that is a tens place, then the hundreds, thousands, 10,000, and so on. And the amount of beads that are on the right are the actual value in that place. So since there's 5 beads on the right in the hundreds place, that represents 500. Since there's 7 in the tenth place, that's a 7. Since there's 9 in the ones place, that's a 9. So 579. And when you add 123 plus 456, it basically does 1 here, 2, 3. Then it adds 4 more for the 400s. Then it adds 5 more for the 10th place and 6 more for the ones place. So then you end up with 579. And yes, you can carry and stuff, but that's the whole point of this simulation. It does everything one step at a time so you can see what's actually going on. So the problem is I do actually have it capable of doing one step at a time. It doesn't just return the result of A and B as the arguments. It does actually animate things one step at a time. But the problem is, because of how I have everything set up, it just does everything at once rather than animating one step at a time. I want to see if the chatbot can help me animate one step at a time. I've tried getting help on this and I didn't really get anything that I wanted regarding that. So essentially what this does is it just like looks at the digits and then adds using the exact rules that I shared with what the digits do. It pretty much does what you'd expect. I won't really go over that, but basically for however many digits we have, it'll do one line at a time. So let me clear the beads right now. So now everything is 0. So if I were to say like row index 0 equals 1, actually that's not what I wanted. I wanted the hundreds place, not the ones place. So row index 2 equals 1. So that's the first step in this problem. That row index 1 is equal to 2. And then it does a 3 in the ones place. So I want it to animate one step at a time like that. Clearly it's able to do that. And I have the programming required to do that here. It's just that it does everything at once rather than animates it, even though I previously added some delays so it can animate it one step at a time. But what ends up happening instead is it just pauses the whole program and then does a final answer. So it's like it does a full calculation before it starts animating it. So this draw loop right here with P5 is how things actually animate. Now I have this show function which has more stuff pertaining to the animation itself. So basically, when I add a delay in the places that I want to animate, I've done like a set timeout and those things, but it just adds a delay. And then once all those delays happen, then it finally animates the final answer. It doesn't do any of the steps, it just skips right to the final answer. This should be animating one at a time. And then so should this. And I think there was something else that was supposed to animate too. My recursive carry function right here, I think it has some animation steps within there as well. Yeah, all this stuff is supposed to animate here too. So if I add delays, it doesn't actually animate. It just pauses the whole program and then animates everything at once rather than each individual step. So I think my answer to this is to asynchronously pause stuff. So I want to asynchronously add delays in here, but I want that to completely leave this draw loop alone. This should be able to keep running 60 times a second, while this asynchronously has its own pause and then runs this type of command one at a time. I did not get the help I needed, but I'm sure Daniel Shipman from the coding train would have an answer if anybody does of how to basically add delays while keeping the draw loop running at the same time. So I'm going to see if I can have the chatbot do that sort of thing for me. So that's probably going to take a fair bit of explanation, but let me see if I can add an explanation now. It is familiar with P5.js, by the way. I checked a while ago. Okay, so I just explained stuff to the best of my ability. It might not even make sense to it, but let's see if it can handle that. So set timeout, I've kind of tried this already, but I kind of don't want to mess around with the draw loop, but I want to just keep it going if possible. Frame count would be an interesting approach, I guess, but I don't really want to do things that way. Okay, I just rephrased my question so I could leave the draw loop alone. So JavaScript promises might be the answer to it. Kind of tempted to just give it the entire code. I'm probably just going to give it the code. I don't know how to even begin to interpret this into what I'm actually doing. I'm going to give it the entire code base and see if it can handle this. Okay, so now I'm going to see if I can give it the entire code base. So I'm explaining stuff that's relevant with the code base. So I'm like the draw loop and show function are where the animation happened. The add and carry function are where the delays need to happen while the animation still continues to run. Now I'm going to paste the entire code base if I can even do that, and see if it can rewrite the add and carry function so it does the asynchronous stuff. Because if it can do that, I will be absolute. Oh, that's crazy how quickly it starts typing. That would be absolutely insane if it actually ended up working. I don't see anything pertaining to promises now. It doesn't look like the add function has any promise related stuff. Oh, it looks like it'll revise it so that it does have it. Perfect. So carry, I'm gonna assume it does. I'm gonna make a backup of this before I make any modifications to it, even though I have this on GitHub probably. Okay, so I copied the new carry function, and now it should have the corresponding add function, which I can't believe it actually managed to overlook that particular thing. Doesn't seem like some place where it would have happened. So now hopefully, wouldn't that be epic if this ended up working the way I hope it does? That would be absolutely insane. So it works. That would be absolutely insane if it ended up working the way I hope it does. Let's add 123 and 456. Will it do one step at a time? If so, oh, that's gonna make my day, even though the day hasn't officially started yet. It kind of does stuff, but not entirely. It animates, but it didn't do it all correctly. So I think what I might want to do is, so right there, it was supposed to animate, but I can probably have it modify that particular line. Okay, so now I'm asking, can it modify the function so the 2-second delay after that line? Although I just realized we probably just have to add in a wait right here. Honestly, that's probably all we have to do. Yep, pretty much what it did right there. I don't understand how this all works exactly. I understand that this is asynchronous, meaning this function can sort of run independently of the draw loop, kinda to some extent. And then the await basically makes an asynchronous function synchronous within itself, I think. So let's see how this works now if I add it this way. The other thing I also wanted to eventually do is to be able to convert between different base systems. So if you have like a decimal number and you want to be able to convert it to hexadecimal, that's something that you can do on the abacus. I've done it quite a bit, and it would be so cool to animate that process because it's way more complex than addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So that would be pretty sweet if that could be done. But for now I have add. That'll come someday. Why don't we see if it'll animate properly now? Ooh, that's the wrong order. That's probably my own fault though. So right there, what happened? This is supposed to animate too. Didn't it used to animate right there prior to that? That doesn't matter because I think that's all it'll take. So I actually did that in the wrong order. It's supposed to be this first, then that. But the fact that this works is really exciting. Okay, now what's up with that? So that is the actual steps that's supposed to animate, which is quite exciting. So it's actually quite simple. I just have to await a new promise in this format. I think I've tried this in the past and I just could not get it to work for whatever reason. I probably didn't even know what approach I was supposed to do. But my idea of using async await was the solution, but I didn't know exactly how I wanted to do that. So I think what I probably need to do is a length minus I. I haven't worked on this program in ages, and the fact that I thought of that so quickly is insane. Ooh. That's obviously not quite right, but minus I minus 1 maybe. And it's actually setting the wrong values. So async minus a length minus I minus 1, and then maybe this is supposed to become I. Let's see if that's right. So far, so good. This is exciting. This made my day, even though it hasn't officially started yet. So those are the steps required to do 123 plus 456. Now I kind of want to do something with the carry. So if you watch that tutorial, I added a 5-digit number with another 5-digit number. I added those two numbers together. Let's see if it ends up working. That is the correct first steps. So 23,914 plus 76,000. The carry is probably where it's going to glitch out. Okay, yep, that glitched out. That's not correct. Actually, it is correct, but it did it in the wrong order. And oh my god, that is the correct answer, by the way. It technically did all those steps correct, but it did it in a different order. Oh my god, this is intense euphoria released from seeing this happen. So some of the steps were slightly wrong, but it ended up working out in the end. So that's something I'm going to have to look at later, but the fact that it animates one step at a time now is really exciting. When it animates one step at a time with converting between base systems, oh my gosh, that'll be like a 5 to 10 minute animation right there. It'll take like 5 to 10 minutes to calculate that out, depending on how large the number is, because stuff has to happen up here as well as down here. There's actually multiple passes worth of stuff that ends up happening. I may make a video someday showing how to convert between base systems on the abacus. If you want that, definitely let me know in the comments section. That'll be on my main channel and not this one, by the way. That is insane. Oh my gosh. So basically, where I would normally do a delay, I could just do it right here. And then however long I need. This is definitely a better approach than anything it was giving before, wouldn't you agree? Because I can leave all this jumbled mess alone. I don't want to touch that again if possible, because I have all the logic worked out. Holy balls, that is insane. I knew that chatbot would be able to help give me an answer to that particular problem. It's more complex than some of the other stuff, and yet it was able to help me with this. I've noticed that it tends to do better with web development related stuff, it seems like, compared to other stuff. But yeah, I'm just gonna say how impressed I am with its answer. I'm just saying how amazed I am and what I was able to do. And then yes, it's it's always satisfying to see a project come to fruition and work as intended. If you have any further questions, don't hesitate to ask. That is absolutely insane. I'm almost tempted to just end here on a high note. But let's move on to the next thing. So the next thing I want to do actually pertains to Obsidian. So for those of you who don't know, Obsidian is a note-taking software. And what that essentially allows you to do is take notes in an insane way. You can organize ideas in ways that you wouldn't even think is necessarily possible. And what you can also do is create what's called Kanban boards. If you're in software development, you'll probably be familiar with this if you're doing like Scrum, and actually Scrum does something different, doesn't it? I can't remember, but you'll probably be familiar with Kanban boards regardless. And I think it's so neat for to-do lists and things like that. I'll probably be making a video relatively soon going over my Obsidian workflow and how I like to use this, because I like to store my to-do lists in this format. It's really great for storing like a today, tomorrow, short term, long term, all the stuff I've completed. It's really nice to have all that on there, let alone be able to click on it and have additional notes. I can click on each item and have it pull up a text file within the Obsidian workflow with additional notes. It's an absolutely insane way to organize ideas together. And what's cool about the workflow I have is I can drag something from short term into tomorrow or today, and that's how I end up getting my to-do list built. What do I want to do short term and long term? That eventually makes it into today's list of things to do. And oh my gosh, that workflow is absolutely insane. I'm gonna be making a video on that sometime, probably, like I said. But anyway, how does this relate to what we're doing right now? So one of my other workflows besides the main one is doing the journal entries. I have all these other columns that are sort of irrelevant, but I want to be able to essentially do journal entries and stuff like that. So I used to do this all in Notepad++, but I moved my workflow to Obsidian right here. And one of the things I like to do now is press Win-Shift-E, which will add an entry for the current date. And I can click on it. It automatically inserts a bullet point. And because I'm using a Vim functionality within this, if you're familiar with Vim, then you'll know about that. I can go to the end of the line and then just start typing stuff, and then I hit enter. There's already another bullet point, which is pretty awesome. So this is a pretty cool workflow. Then I can just go right back to my Kanban board immediately. So anyway, the way I have it actually insert the date with the macro is not using JavaScript like you might typically do in Obsidian. Instead, I'm actually executing a Python script, and basically you can install a bunch of plugins to Obsidian, which originally deals with markdown files. This is markdown, what you're seeing right here, so you can basically do markdown syntax of whatever. Pretty great for writing a bunch of markdown files, and you could use its special syntax for certain things. Anyways, so this Kanban board right here is actually a markdown file. It's just displayed in a special way. So those are under the journal entries column, which you can see right there. Then there's other column 1. It's really just I think a level 2 header, if that's the right term for it. And each line has those square brackets around it, and then at the beginning it looks like this. And an X inside of here just means that the item is checked off. That's the kind of syntax that this has. And that works really well as far as the Kanban board is concerned. So if I were to, let's say, rearrange this down to here, then when I go back to the Kanban board, it's in that exact order that I just changed it in. So that's pretty cool. So basically, Kanban is a plugin that you can install on Obsidian that takes a markdown file and does exactly that. So those are pretty much all the settings I have for it. So if you use Obsidian, you can install the Kanban plugin and be able to do that. Then I have a special date format for everything that's not really relevant to this. But the way I execute that macro that I just showed is I execute a Python script using the shell commands plugin. So it executes this Python script that you see right here. So I'll open that up real quick. This isn't my real journal stuff, by the way. I obfuscated a lot of stuff for various reasons, but for the purpose of this will do. So what that Python script does is it basically parses out the current date so that I can insert that. And then it reads the file where the Kanban board is, essentially. And then I have it append a new line with that current date inserted in the corresponding line once I've read the file. Insert new line characters so it's ready to be rewritten to, and it'll have multiple lines properly. And then, so that's essentially what this does. It parses out the date and then adds it to the actual file in the correct index. It's always going to be that index right there. And then this basically inserts a hyphen that you saw it automatically insert before. This while loop basically just stalls until the file exists. So basically when I click on a file like this one, it actually creates a file called that date right there. I originally had, I think, backslashes or forward slashes, and it thought that it was a path to a file, so it got mixed up. So I use dashes now. And basically when I click the file, then it actually creates a new file, which you can see right here. I could technically open it in, that's the actual markdown file right there, but it doesn't exist until I click on it for the first time. So I don't know if you noticed earlier, but when I was in the markdown view, you can see that this is highlighted, but the other ones are not. They're not highlighted because the file doesn't exist. So by clicking on it, it'll create the file and it'll be properly highlighted. So that while loop basically waits until the file exists when I click on it. And then it adds the dash to that corresponding file. So how does this tie into what I actually want to do now? So I would like to modify this. So sometimes I'll miss a couple days, which you can see I missed a couple days there, but oftentimes I'll catch up and do like 2 or 3 days worth of stuff in one day, which can be kind of tricky from a retrospective memory perspective, but that all works out eventually for me. But basically, when I insert a date, it only ever does the current date and never the previous one. So if I want to do a previous date, I have to right click, duplicate the card. See, I accidentally clicked on it, but then I change this to the correct date, and then it'll create the file, and I have to manually insert dashes and stuff, which is kind of tedious if you ask me. So I was thinking of making it so that I could insert the previous date as well, but I don't want to just insert the previous date since I have access to the chatbot and it can do a lot of tedious stuff for me. I would like to make it so that it actually allows me to not only create the previous date, but also increment or decrement it. So I want to be able to press a key to increment or decrement that specific date, which is quite a lot to ask for, and I feel like it would take me many hours to program that particular thing. That's something I've wanted to do for a while, and now that this chatbot exists, I'm able to do this as well as all those other things that I've always wanted to do. So the problem is, I mean, I would like to be able to identify which date I want to insert and all that, but I don't really have a good way to do that. So I think the way I'm going to actually do it, finally I can use the whiteboard and test out the setup to see how it really works. So as you know from here, I have the current date, which I'll write on the whiteboard. So we got 12-30, and then 12-27, and so on. Well, how do I know where I want to insert a date? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually duplicate a certain date, like 12-30. So that's the date that needs to get changed. So the way I'm going to have it know which date's actually getting changed is it'll look for duplicates. And essentially the date that needs to get changed is the second duplicate. So there's one date. Oh, there's a duplicate right there. So this is the thing that needs to get changed. And essentially, it'll probably decrement the date by 1 by default, because that's probably what I'm going to want to do most of the time. But there's a chance I may want to later increment or decrement that date. And so we know what the date of interest is, right? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to press a keyboard shortcut to basically do this. So I'll create the duplicate when I want, then I'll press the keyboard shortcut to let it know that, hey, I'm doing this. So I think I'll probably end up creating another Python script for this. And so once I press the keyboard shortcut, it'll look for the duplicate date, figure out what we're actually working with. It'll always be the second one, as I mentioned before. It'll automatically decrement it by 1, but it'll keep listening for keys in case I want to increment or decrement it some more. And once I have the date that I actually want, then I'm going to either press X or maybe space or enter. So I'll have it listen for those keys while it's in that mode. And once I press those keys, then basically I've made the change that I want. And while it's in the mode listening for keys, if I press W, that'll increment the date by 1. If I press S, that'll decrement it by 1. See, this is something that would take many, many hours for me to write. I have a feeling the bot could do it in a matter of minutes. And I think the way I'm going to know whether it actually worked or not, because I have no indication of whether or not it actually finished its task or not. So I think the way I'm going to be able to tell is I'm going to actually have the date not include the year until I've confirmed it. So I think I might actually have it remove the year so that I know I'm messing around with it. Then I'm going to have it add the year back once I've made the change. It'll probably write the change with each one that I make so that I can visually see it on the Kanban board. And then, yeah, so that's pretty much the program I'm writing. So now I'm going to translate that into something that the bot can understand. So let's come back to the computer so that I can finally make the translation for it. So let's do that now. Okay, so I've finally written my prompt. It's quite long, but I think it should be able to work with all that information. And it should be enough information for it to do everything I want it to do. Pretty much all that stuff I explained just now. You can read through it if you want, but you certainly don't have to. It's basically what I already explained. So I'm copying it before I refresh, because that would be so dumb if I didn't after all the time I spent writing this. So let's try again. It is insane how quickly it starts doing stuff. So it looks like it does regular expression stuff. It removes the year from the date, so clearly it listened to that one sentence that could have easily got lost in the weeds with everything else. Obviously it's not going to be able to fit everything all in one, so we're going to have to constantly have it resume from whatever line. Oh no. I regret what I just did. So I had it resume from this line and it forgot to do the triple, whatever you call those. What's the character besides Tilde? it forgot to do the code block format. I was gonna have it redo that, and unfortunately it's writing everything again, which I regret. So I'm just gonna copy and paste all this now. I'm naming it horribly. I have add date as one of them, and then insert date is the other one. Which makes sense to me, but that is pretty terrible how I'm doing that. Okay, so I got all the code in there now. So that'll be interesting to see if this works right out of the gate. I'm glad it used date time because that's pretty much what I did as well, more or less. Even used some regex, it looks like. That's pretty cool. So how do we tell if this is working? Well, I saved it in the Obsidian vault, which means that I can now basically add a new shell command for insert date, and that should in theory allow me to execute it properly. Now I have to specify the path yet, which, ooh, some of the indentation was screwed up there too. That's supposed to be a comment. I'm gonna assume that I should be able to just specify the path in quotes. So how did I specify a path right here? So I guess it was, oh, that is the path right there. So let's just copy that. Actually, let's copy the whole quotes as well. So I think that's pretty much what I want right there. So now if I execute that, it should in theory work. Oh, and then not only do I add this shell command, but I need to map a keyboard shortcut to it. So I do Ctrl Shift E for that particular shortcut. So what I want to do here is, I think I'll do Ctrl Alt Shift E. I think that'll be the shortcut I do for that one. So let's say I want to do the 28th. So I'm just going to duplicate this. So those are the two duplicate dates. And if you remember correctly, we know which one of those should end up being what we want. So let's try running it once and see what happens. So nothing changed yet. I'm gonna press spacebar or X just to see what happens. I don't think that worked. It didn't work, but it appears to be reading the file correctly. See, this is a semantic error which it tends to have a hard time detecting. So I'm asking a clarification question now. Will it write the change to the file so I can immediately see the changes as they're happening? The internet kicked out, didn't it? Holy crap, it's late. I gotta get to bed. I'm not gonna get much sleep at all. I have to reload it now since the internet dropped out, but it works now. I still have to reload it to make things work. I'm gonna try this format instead, because I like how it uses the open with read and all that. Okay, so right there I asked it to resume from a specific line and then it started at the very beginning. So maybe that won't always work. Holy crap, it barely had enough characters to fit all that. I don't know if that approach will work or not, but let's give it a shot. I hope that module installs successfully, because that would suck if it didn't. You have no idea how handy some package managers can be. This only happened in a few seconds. If I had to like compile it from source or whatever myself, it would just take forever. But let's try it now. Okay, so when I asked it to resume, it obviously did it from the very beginning when I asked it not to. And it ended up doing a different approach that involves this library right here, which I was able to successfully install with pip. But for some reason, even though I've already installed it, it thought there was no module with that name. And long story short, I had to go back to the approach that doesn't use that Piper clip library or whatever. And I was able to get it to successfully resume from where it should have and not the very beginning. So now I have the code rewritten and whatnot. Hopefully this ends up working successfully. So let's change that to, I think it was journal.md. It's even possible that I had a lowercase j when it was supposed to be uppercase right here. That could be a reason why it didn't work. So yeah, it could have been my own fault, but hopefully something will happen now. The variable key is not defined. So now I'm just specifying that error. So I think you just say key equals none right there, right before the while true. Must have forgot that. And then within each iteration, we read the key. I think that's really the only thing we have to pay attention to right now. It might be something else, I don't know. But I think that's probably what's going on. I'm just gonna say now keyboard is not defined. It's not doing anything with the clipboard. It seems to think that's what's going on. Okay, so I just clarified that it doesn't use the clipboard at all. Looks like it uses a keyboard library though. It did not listen. It is a terrible listener. I just tried to have it continue the code since it ran into the character limitation, but I was doing a completely different approach, which I think is quite interesting. We'll have to see if it ends up working. Okay, so I finally got to go back to the approach that doesn't use the paperclip. I think I pasted the right code, I'm not even 100% sure. And it took a lot to get it to resume from this point and not the very beginning. I had to make it very clear. And hopefully I have what's the right code, but I don't know if that's going to be the case at all. So let's see what happens now. What? I pasted the wrong code. It's the one that uses paperclip. So after a bunch of fumbling around, I ended up just deciding to get it to rewrite where it doesn't use the clipboard or whatever. And then I finally got it to resume from the point that it was supposed to. Multiple times it just kept screwing up the output, which was very frustrating. But I think I finally got it to do what I wanted, hopefully. I had to massage it around a lot, as you can see. But hopefully this will be the right one. So let's load that journal file and see if it works now. Hopefully it does. Hopefully that module can be installed successfully. Let's restart Obsidian once and see if that makes it load any better. I'm just going to move on from this nonsense and maybe resume that tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. But the next thing I'm going to do is stuff pertaining to bash scripting. So the first thing I want to look at is setting, basically have a variable execution happen from another line in a file, or at least some execution in general. So this is different than just reading from a file. It's actually executing a line from that file. So I have this file that stores information, like this is some text. Then I have this other file that actually executes a command, which should pull back the line from that file, right? So I should be able to reference this line and actually have it execute, which should result in an output of not that, but the stuff that's inside of here. That should be the output, not this. This executes for the output of what's in the stored file. So I want to have it write stuff for that. So I'm going to write a prompt for that real quick. So let's see if we can understand that prompt relatively well. I don't really want to do it in this format. I'm rephrasing it to how about a bash script that pulls line 1 from a file called command_file and then it actually executes the line. So it basically uses the eval command. So let's create a bash script called command.sh and then basically have it execute that. And we should get visible output by doing that. So let's give it execute privileges and then run it. Okay, I guess that works. So the error that I ran into before happened because, oh, come on. I had the dollar symbol and whatever before, but that's not actually what I wanted to have. Come on, why am I having a hard time quitting Vim now? There we go. So now it actually pulls stuff correctly. So what's actually going on is it'll read from the command file.txt, which contains to pull line 1 from stored file, and stored file is essentially just that text that it pulls. So it executes stuff from a line like that, but the way you do it in an expect script, which is why I originally wanted to do it, does not use eval. Let's see if we can get it to do stuff pertaining to things in an expect script now and have it read in this same fashion. I'm honestly a little bit lost with how it's doing this right now, so I'm not even going to bother trying to figure all that out. So let's have it do something else that I've wanted to do. So on my main system that I don't have access to, well, actually not my main system, but my current Linux installation, I have some mount points that I have a network drive mount which uses CIFS because it's an SMB share, and I also have a mount for just one of my drives in general. And I wanted to basically, rather than using like fstab or using a startup command with the mount command, I want to instead create a systemd service that could do that. I've tried doing this in the past with a network share, but I just could not get it to work, even though I found a working version on the mount command itself. Basically translating a mount command into a systemd service. Can this thing do that? So I think I probably have it do it in Python maybe. So basically I wanted to take a mount command or even a line that you would normally put in an fstab file and convert that into a systemd mount. I don't think I'm going to really be able to test it right now, but I'm going to see if it can at least write that. I'm going to see if I can get away with this requirements alone. So basically, can you create a Python script that takes an input from the user, which is a mount command on Linux, and converts that into a systemd service file? Can you also add support for a line in an fstab file that will be pasted in the input? I spelled pasted wrong, but I'm sure it'll work with that. So it's importing sys, which will probably execute a command with os.system, I'm guessing. Holy crap, that is insane. So I reiterated and basically said, so that'll work if I specify a type like CIFS, for example, and support options like credentials equals a path to credentials. And then regarding the fstab stuff, I don't want it to be modified there. Like I paste a line for input and it converts that fstab into a systemd mount as well. Not sure if that all made sense, but should be able to handle any mount options that we specify. So I'm basically rephrasing it so that so I can paste it in the systemd folder later and be able to easily access it without messing with anything. And then having detect if the input is fstab or mount command related. Interesting how it's taking this different approach like that. So it's defining the functions first before any of the actual stuff really ends up happening. Because functions have to happen first. I mean, functions have to happen before you call them. So it's executed in that order. Please don't run into a character limit. Good. I unfortunately don't remember what the name of the mount command is, so I'm gonna have to possibly figure that out before the next recording as well, or else I'll just do a comment update letting you know if it ended up working with my particular network share and file share. By file share, I really mean something that's on a different partition. I'll let you know if those things ended up working later on, I guess, because I don't want to come up with any examples right now. So I guess I'll just write something called, let's see, what do I want to call this? Parse mount.py. Pasting it into Vim is probably not a good idea because it indents wrong, but I think I'll probably reference this later on anyway. So that's all I'm going to do with that for now. So now let's do something that I could actually benefit from on the Raspberry Pi. So first of all, the way you set a script to start up at startup is not really all that straightforward for me. There's options like setting up a cron tab or whatever, which I've done pretty much everything you can possibly do with that. And even though I have the @reboot tag, it doesn't end up running the script even though that tag is there. So that's apparently not quite the correct way to do it at startup. And I did have it commented out at the time, so I commented it since it doesn't work. But anyway, on the Raspberry Pi 3, since it uses a LXDE, there's an easy way to have things start up with that. You could just paste the script into there. But since I am using systemd on here because systemctl works, I want to basically, since I'm not super familiar with systemd services, I want to be able to give it the path to a startup script and then basically create a systemd service. And I think that'll be a bash script, and then the path to the startup script will probably be passed in as an argument, maybe. I don't know. So I think that's how I'm going to do it. So I'm going to write the prompt for that now. So I have the prompt pretty basic. So could you write a bash script to create a systemd service to start off a script? I want to take in the path to a script to run at startup as an argument, and then have that argument in quotes so that it can handle spaces and whatnot. So this would allow me to easily create a startup on the Raspberry Pi. This would be quite handy. So I think in the documents folder, I'll create a new script called create startup.sh, paste that in. Then I just give it the full path to the actual startup script. And I think it has to be full and not relative. Okay, so I just created a couple scripts that obviously creates the startup, and then I specify the path to the startup script. So I just created this sample start Google, and basically what it does is it opens up Google when you start up the system. And that's not really what I'm gonna do, but it's got easily observable results without using the terminal. So I'm just using that as an example. And what that actually does is it runs Firefox with google.com. In theory, that should work just fine. Otherwise, it might need the HTTP or whatever. So I'm going to see if we can create the service, and then I'm not going to reboot this because of VNC. Actually, it would be fine. I should be able to just reconnect to VNC as I restart this. So let's create the startup and specify the path of the script. So start google.sh, authenticate it, and failed to create units. Successfully created. I'm gonna try it again with sudo just to make sure. So in theory it might have worked. So I'm gonna reboot the Pi, which means the resolution will go down to like 800 by 600 because it's not hooked up to a monitor right now. I may eventually have the bot create a script to emulate dummy displays. I don't know if that's entirely possible, but I feel like there must be a way that that could be done. Then I could emulate a dummy display on the Raspberry Pi, for example, to do the resolution that I want. And that could be useful on the computer in general if I'm remoting into a computer that doesn't have a monitor physically connected to it. It would be nice to emulate a dummy display without having to buy one of those HDMI dummy adapter things to emulate a display using physical hardware. It'd be nice to be able to do that in software, since I've been able to do that with NVIDIA, my card. There was a trick that I used for that, I can't remember what, but the Intel NUC also has an Intel option for HD graphics to create a dummy display when there's no monitor connected, and that allows me to remote into it without a monitor connected, and it works great. But to have software create that at will, that'd be pretty cool. So that's something I'm probably gonna have the bot do eventually, I'm sure, if it's even possible. It didn't start up, but I actually think it did. It just, we don't have directly observable results because it's not opening the web browser on the correct display. So let's modify it so that it does export the environment variable display. We're going to set it to display 0. Then it'll run the Firefox stuff. Oops, I think I accidentally tabbed something. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, let's see if that works now. That'll be the last thing I do for tonight, and I'll probably do a bunch of stuff later on, I imagine, before I start recording again, if I even bother recording again in the first place. I'm not going to screw around with this anymore. I'm going to call it quits for tonight, and I guess I'll see you tomorrow. So, if I even do one tomorrow, otherwise this will be the end of the video. But, if it is the end of the video, then I guess have a good one. Otherwise, let's do a snap transition for tomorrow. Right, so the next thing I'm going to do is quite technical, so feel free to skip this if you want. But essentially what I'm going to be doing now has to do with my hearing aids. So one of the things that's going on with my hearing aids is it has Bluetooth capabilities, but my Mac computer doesn't actually connect directly to it, even though I was previously told that it could. I can connect directly to it on my phone, but I can't do it on the Mac, unfortunately. So just to show you how it works on the phone, I have this app that's called Smart 3D, which I have open right here. And essentially that connects to my phone via Bluetooth, which I can pull up right here. So that's my hearing aids, which I paired using this Smart 3D app right here. There's like a wizard that you have to go through and stuff like that. But once it's paired, anything that I play on here, as long as I have Bluetooth connected, will play directly to my hearing aids. So I don't have it connected right now. It's still connected even though it didn't look like it was connected because the app still works with it. But when I have this connected, then audio goes directly to my hearing aids, which is quite nice. Unfortunately, I can't do that on my Mac unless I have a third-party accessory. I have a whole bunch of live streams where I was doing stuff with this and trying to get it to work on the Mac by virtualizing Android and then installing this app pairing them with Bluetooth and just getting the sound to all go through there, which is way more difficult than it sounds like it should be. So since I could do it on my Android phone, but the Mac doesn't actually work with it, even though I tried solutions like using the iPhone mode with an Xcode, that option is essentially out. So I need a third-party accessory with the 3.5mm jack in order to do it, which works quite great. But if I had the option to be able to use Mac directly with the hearing aids the way I can with my phone, that would be quite awesome. And this Android is probably the only way I could think of that would be able to do that sort of thing. The other reason why this would be nice, besides not having to use a third-party accessory, is within the app itself. I can switch between all these different modes and adjust the volume and whatnot if I want. So if I want to turn down my hearing aids a bit, I can do that. So I could already do that with the hearing aids directly. So as you can see, when I press the button on here, it adjusts the settings accordingly on the screen. I'm not even touching the screen, but I'm pressing the button and it does that. So let me quickly switch back to where I just was. So what this actually does is it allows me to hear everything on my computer, because I have this third-party accessory called a Resound multi-mic connected to my computer, and then it goes directly to my hearing aids that way, and it has far less latency than Bluetooth does. But if I was able to hook up without using this third-party accessory, that would be super great. And then I'd also possibly be able to select all these different favorites and stuff that I have and get everything exactly the way I want that I wouldn't normally be able to do like this. So for example, the sound enhancer, if I'm wanting to have a lot of clarity, I may bring down the bass a bit, for example, bring this up to about here, then that about up there. And that makes things sound a lot clearer by reducing the bass and increasing the treble, which I guess human voices have a lot more of. So since I can't do that directly with the hearing aids and I can do it within the app, it would be quite handy to have that on the Mac as well. I'm not interested in doing that with Windows because it's not even portable computers anyway. The Mac is the only portable device I have, so when it comes to doing stuff with the QEMU stuff, basically the way it's gone so far is it's not quite as straightforward as I would like it to be. So QEMU is a virtualization platform that I can run on the Mac using the command line. And I use QEMU as opposed to like Virtualbox because the performance is a little bit better. But the primary reason is the capability that it has with passing through devices such as Bluetooth or USB dongles or even graphics cards. But in my example, I want to be able to pass through Bluetooth and sound. So essentially the way it works, maybe I could use a whiteboard, I don't know. I don't know if I could really draw this out. But I'll just represent this square by the virtual machine that I have. And essentially my Mac itself, which I don't even want to draw that. So the Mac host machine has this virtual machine, but the Mac itself has Bluetooth built right into it. If you want to pass through Bluetooth through a USB dongle, using USB pass-through is quite straightforward, but that defeats the whole purpose because I already have a third-party accessory I could use. A Bluetooth dongle is just another third-party accessory which doesn't help me out in any way whatsoever. So Mac has Bluetooth built right into it, right? So I want to be able to pass through Bluetooth into this virtual machine so I can connect to my hearing aids using Android x86. Android x86. And using that, I would, in theory, be able to connect to Bluetooth with this thing to the hearing aids directly. And I've got my Mac connected to Bluetooth. Now the other part of the battle is getting sound to actually work. So I don't know exactly how to even get sound to work. I think one of the ways I would possibly accomplish this is using a utility I have called Blackhole, which is basically a sound software. If you ever heard of like VB audio cable in Windows, Blackhole is sort of like that to some extent. And what it allows me to do is basically record my system sounds using OBS, even if I have my headphones connected. I could use the audio MIDI setup utility and just combine my headphones and Blackhole together, and then I can select Blackhole as an input device in OBS. It'll capture my sound, and I'll still be able to hear it through my headphones at the same time. I know that doesn't really sound relevant to this, but Blackhole allows me to not only do that, but in theory, I should be able to play all my sounds through the Blackhole device, which I would then also pass through to Android as an input device. So even though Blackhole is an output device, I would somehow pass it through as an input device into the virtual machine. And then any sounds that are going through there will sort of be like it's going through a microphone on the Android device. And then I would use some sort of app that can stream the microphone directly to my hearing aids. And in theory, that would allow me to play any of my Mac sounds to my hearing aids, which may have a fair bit of latency depending on what drivers and stuff I'm using. If I'm using like Pulse Audio instead, that's probably going to have a fair bit of latency. Blackhole might as well. I honestly have no idea. The problem with this approach, though, is it's really difficult to do. I have not figured out how to pass host Bluetooth to Mac. I've contacted multiple forums and nobody has been able to answer the question, which isn't all that surprising because anytime I have a question for someone, it's usually bad news for whoever I'm asking because it tends to be quite complex. And if I can't figure it out myself, then nobody else tends to be able to figure it out either. So in this case, figuring out how to identify the host Bluetooth device in Mac so I can actually pass it through to the virtual machine using the command line most likely. I do have Virt Manager installed, which is a graphical front end for interacting with QEMU, but I could not figure out how to do host Bluetooth with that either. So since I need to pass through host Bluetooth, by the way, you will lose Bluetooth on the host device if you do this. But I'm fine with that because that's the only thing I would be using it with anyway. Unless the keyboard and mouse or the keyboard and touchpad use Bluetooth for some reason, which I don't think that would be the case. But if it is, then I would lose access to the keyboard and mouse, which is built into the laptop itself. That would suck, but if that were the case, that may end up happening. And then Blackhole, trying to figure out how to pass through a virtual sound device rather than a real sound device is also quite tricky. I have no idea how that would even be done in the first place. So that's what I'm hoping to have the chatbot maybe help me out with. I don't really have a lot of hopes for this since it's quite technical, but we're going to see if we can figure out how to do that. So far I have done some live streams, which I may have linked already. But what I've done with it so far is I got Android x86 installed. I managed to get the Smart 3D app installed and running within this virtual Android environment. I had to enable some sort of native bridge setting in the Android settings to be able to do this. And then that's pretty much where I left off. I couldn't get Bluetooth working, which is a huge part of the battle, nor the sound yet. I don't know if any of this is possible because nobody's ever done anything like this as far as I can tell. If you have and you've had success with this sort of thing, please let me know because it will make a massive difference for me and maybe some other people. Will have to wait and see. So this is quite a complex project that I've been working on that I might be able to get help with regarding the chatbot. So yeah, I'm gonna formulate the question on the chatbot, but first this is on the Mac and not Windows, which means we're in the wrong operating system right now. So we need to go into the Mac. So why don't we real quickly activate Mac mode? Ready? Alright, we're in Mac now, as you can see right here. So just to give you an idea, I'm launching the Android x86 virtual machine in QEMU just to kind of show you what it looks like. But essentially I have an installation of that stored on here, and I have some Android ISO files so I can install and use it. But as I said before, the only thing I have so far is being able to run the Smart 3D app. I don't have Bluetooth or sound hooked up to it yet. So I think I'm going to start off by asking it, how can I pass through host Bluetooth on my MacBook model, and see if it can help me out with that. So I'm going to formulate the question real quick. Alright, so I formulated my question now, so hopefully it understands what I'm saying. I mentioned how I tried simulating an iPhone with the Xcode suite to use Bluetooth on there, but it doesn't have the Bluetooth functionality on there. And by the way, if I had an iPhone, I would be able to do this through my iPhone, which, let's be honest, I don't have an iPhone, first of all. And second of all, that would be quite a hassle, even if I did. It'd be nice to be able to do it directly on here using something like QEMU. So I'm asking, how can I pass through host Bluetooth in QEMU on my MacBook Pro 2020? I looked through the PCI devices, I can't find anything. And I can't really find anything on the QEMU documentation for Bluetooth stuff either. But if the ChatGPT has its theoretical knowledge and stuff, I wonder if it would be able to figure out how to do it on that specific model. If it can't, that's fine. I'm guessing this probably isn't possible, but if it is, that would be pretty sweet. So I basically explained all the background info that it'll need to know about that. Okay, so it's saying that it's not possible to pass through the host Bluetooth as it's tightly integrated with the host operating system and can't be passed through. I feel like it would be possible, but you'd lose it on the host operating system. But it's talking about some other software solutions. The problem is my hearing aids are somewhat proprietary with how it actually connects to devices. Like, it works with Android and it works with iPhone, but it doesn't specifically work with Mac, even though it has Bluetooth capabilities. So that's why I might need to emulate one of the things that it does actually work with. Okay, so I'm asking a clarifying question just to see if it can answer any better. So I'm basically asking, what command I could use to pass through Bluetooth host on MacBook Pro 2020, even though I'd lose it on the host system. Sort of like how I would be able to do it in Linux. So you can do like PCI pass-through or whatever. If that's what Bluetooth even uses in the first place. Then I said my hearing aids are proprietary with what it supports, which is the reason why I think I've looked at stuff like Soundflower before, but that was not an option with my research that I've done a long time ago. So that's why I'm doing this approach, because I think if this is not possible, it's just not possible. Well, long story short, it doesn't know any command that I would be able to use to pass through host Bluetooth since it's tightly integrated with the kernel and stuff, which is probably true. I'm not 100% sure on that. And it's just not able to give a command with that, and it kept making suggestions like using Soundflower. You guys can read through all this if you really want to, but essentially, you might have to pause to read it first of all. But essentially, it suggested software like Soundflower, which makes sense that it would work with audio related stuff, and it can do stuff over Bluetooth. But since my hearing aids are proprietary and I can't actually pair it with Android without the Smart 3D app, like if I don't have the Smart 3D app, the Bluetooth pairing just won't work as far as I can tell. Will I actually be able to connect to Bluetooth using this Soundflower solution? So it talked about using this audio hijack solution, which I'm not going to do right now, but maybe I'll look at this and let you know if it ends up working, which I have very strong doubts about. If that's not possible, I'm just going to have to use a third-party accessory and just use my phone as a standalone. So we don't need to make this any more complicated than it is. So in order to do the next step, we're going to need to use Windows again. So now let's engage Windows mode. Ready? Alright, we're back in Windows now. So the next thing I would like to try to have it do is support some code. We're going to have it basically give it some code and have it port to another language and see if it's able to accomplish exactly the same thing in this other language. So I'm going to come back to this thread right here, I think, where I have this stuff. I could create a new thread, but I don't know. I'm just going to do it on this one for now. So essentially what I want to do first of all is, so AutoHotkey, as you know, I can do various keyboard shortcuts and allow you to do things like minimize certain windows, unminimize that window. You can have it pull up specific programs like this one. If it's already open, it'll pull it up. If it's not open yet, it'll open it up. But otherwise, it'll unminimize it. And AutoHotkey's got a lot of hotkey related functionality and things like that. So one of the things is AutoHotkey basically interacts directly with the Windows API, which means that in theory, pretty much anything, this is from what I've heard, I'm not 100% sure if this is true, maybe we'll find out in this test, is that AutoHotkey, since it interacts with the Windows API, pretty much any of it could in theory be converted to PowerShell. Meaning you wouldn't need AutoHotkey to do a lot of these things, but AutoHotkey probably makes it significantly easier. So my shortcuts where I'm doing stuff like this, I can switch to Obsidian right there and blah blah blah, using Win2, Win1 to minimize that. Win Shift 1 will pull up Explorer, and it'll switch between all the Explorer windows that I have open each time I press it. If I have 10 windows open, it'll switch between all 10. Same with the Chrome button. It'll pull up Chrome, and if there's multiple windows open, it'll allow me to switch between all of them. So if I have all these different Chrome windows open, then pressing the Chrome key switches between every single one of them, starting from the most recent to least recent. The way I accomplish that is something that I got from Terran Van Hamert, who was a former employee of Linus Media Group, and he had an AutoHotkey script that does essentially this. So what it does is it determines if a certain window is open, in this case Notepad. If not, then it'll run Notepad. It'll create a group for Notepad, which is used for switching between all the active windows from most recent to least recent. And then it checks if that's active. If it is, then it'll do this group activate, which does that cycling. And otherwise, it'll activate the window if it's not activated in this situation. Pretty much all the programs that I do it with is pretty universal how it actually does that behavior. It'd be kind of cool if I could accomplish this exact thing with a key listener to activate windows in this exact way. It'd be interesting to see if I could even have windows become transparent, which is useful for having a window open but being able to click right through it. That would be quite handy to have. There's quite a few situations where I actually use that. For example, when I display my phone screen, which is off right now, but when I display my phone screen here, I have to actually have a window open, which I then capture in OBS. And I don't want to have that window on the way, so when I minimize it, the screen doesn't actually update, which is the main problem. But if I make that window transparent, it's technically open in front of everything, but I can't see it and I can click through it when the transparency is 0. So having transparent windows is actually quite useful for a lot of situations. you want to do like an old-fashioned carbon copy that you may have done with carbon copy paper, you can actually have a window semi-transparent and essentially accomplish that same effect with a semi-transparent window to make a carbon copy of something that's on the screen. The point is, having transparent windows is also quite useful, and it'd be interesting to see if I can accomplish that same thing in PowerShell. And then this essentially toggles, I think, the taskbar. This is a taskbar right here, so if I wanted to make that transparent, I could press Win7. It actually makes it transparent, so even if I click on some button, it doesn't actually click it, because even when I hit the start menu, it actually just brings Explorer and Focus and not the start menu, so anything I click on will actually go to Notepad++ and not the actual start menu itself that would be up right now if it wasn't transparent. I can click through it anywhere, even though it's technically there in a sense. And this actually lets me toggle between on and off using the same shortcut. That's what this mechanism right here does. So I basically want to give the chatbot all this code and see if it can translate everything to PowerShell. And then I want to see if I can do all these things in PowerShell without using AutoHotkey. That would be quite interesting to see if I'd be able to do that. So I think I've already copied this code. So I'm just going to ask it to, I could probably close out all those windows that I had open previously. But basically I'm just going to ask it to translate that PowerShell into, well, the AutoHotkey into PowerShell is really what I'm saying. So I'm just going to say, can you convert the following AutoHotkey code into PowerShell to accomplish the same thing? That'll be interesting. What? You could do hotkeys in that same format? This is where porting code is quite useful. You can take some code and have it translate to another language, for example. So if you need to port code from one language to another, this may be useful for that. But then you have to deal with the pain of the character limitation as of right now. So I'm going to have it go through all this character limitation stuff and get it all into one file. And I will see you again. Why don't we do another snap transition? Ready? Right, so after having a long conversation with the chatbot about all the code and trying to get it to port everything later, so after all this, I actually had quite a hard time getting it to do exactly what I wanted, and sometimes formatted the code blocks incorrectly, as you can see right there. You can read through it if you want, but long story short, because of all the stuff that was involved, I've decided to make it so that it only does like one of the tasks at a time, because what I'm doing with each window is quite universal with how you do it, but I just have to adapt it to a specific, you know, like the specific program that I'm doing these shortcuts with. So Chrome would be one of the things I'm adapting. I disabled the shortcuts, by the way, with AutoHotkey, because I now have this, and I had to just do one thing at a time because I could adapt it to all the other things using the pattern that this thing has later on. And to be quite frank, I don't really care a whole lot. It's just kind of interesting since AutoHotkey interacts with Windows API and so does PowerShell. It's just interesting to look at the different ways to do AutoHotkey related things in PowerShell. I just picked some trivial examples, and this is something that I intend to explore further later on. I just wanted to see what it could do, and I've done enough, I think, whether this actually works or not. So essentially what this does, after a whole bunch of fumbling around, I got it to listen to the Win1 key, and then I did the Win Shift 1 stuff with Explorer, and I could translate that and maybe some other things to other equivalents using this overall pattern. One of the other things I will also point out when converting the code is it often used AutoHotkey, even though I specifically asked it to do PowerShell. So it wrote about like 90% PowerShell, but 10% of the stuff was pertaining to AutoHotkey itself. So for example, with, let's say, this code right here, rather than figuring out the equivalent to resolve.exe in PowerShell, it did the ahkexe resolve.exe, which is not PowerShell syntax. So that's one thing that's worth noting right there. When you translate code for that type of reason, it may not end up getting everything 100% correctly. And the other thing is, it often forgot, even though I was having it write in PowerShell, it often forgot to keep writing in PowerShell, and it would just start doing AutoHotkey, even though that's not what I asked it to do. So sometimes you kind of have to nudge it to potentially do the correct language. And it did a whole bunch of different approaches for each thing, which I thought was quite interesting. So yeah, right here, this in theory should minimize the window when I press Win1. This should, I thought it was interesting how it has some SQL syntax in there. But that should activate Explorer just like the AutoHotkey stuff does. But as you can see, it's significantly easier to do it in AutoHotkey and a lot more readable compared to doing it in PowerShell. Well, I think anyway. And I guess in order to run this, I had to add this to the end. After this code, I had to add this afterwards for this to work. I think it's like a helper function or something. Not 100% sure, to be perfectly honest with you. And then I forget exactly what this other stuff does, to be honest with you. I think it just keeps the code running. Yeah, set up a timer to keep the script running so it's constantly listening for keys that I press on the keyboard. So anyway, I have my AutoHotkey script paused. Let's run the PowerShell script and see if it behaves the same. If it doesn't, I'm not going to mess around with this anymore regardless. This will put me on the right track, hopefully, for learning PowerShell equivalents to AutoHotkey and just interfacing various things that I do in AutoHotkey with the Windows API using PowerShell instead. Okay, so this, I think in order to run this, I just say run with PowerShell. It gave me errors. I'm not even going to bother trying to fix that right now, to be honest. That's something you could do if you really wanted to. By the way, I may leave some of the code that I do on GitHub. It'll probably be a little while before I get to it, but I'm sure I'll get there one day. If you guys really want me to add some of this stuff on GitHub, then let me know down in the comments and I'll try to make it a priority, or I'll increase the priority of it at least. Put it on GitHub sooner than I otherwise would have if I'm getting requests. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to real quickly do with AutoHotkey into PowerShell is this mouse time travel script that I have right here. So essentially what this does is that it's quite helpful when it comes to manual labor where I'm like repeatedly clicking in certain areas over and over again. Like if I'm adding a bunch of tasks to a handbrake queue in a graphical environment and I'm constantly clicking the same areas over and over again, this could be quite handy for that. So essentially the way the original script works is once I run it, I tap the tilde key right here, which I need to do to get things going because of a little bug that I have. But then what it does is it records certain mouse positions when I press shift tilde. And then when I press tilde, it essentially plays back those positions. So let's say I wanted the cursor to move here. So I press the shift tilde. And I want it to move here. Press shift tilde. Now when I press tilde, that didn't work for some reason. Okay, to be honest, I don't know why this particular version of the script is not working. But I have another version on my main script that is working properly. So essentially, Yeah, so if I press Shift tilde like right here, and right here, for example, then when I press tilde, it moves the cursor in those specific positions that I recorded, and then it moves it back to where it was before. So if I want to do manual labor here, 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 and here, then I can go like this, and it clicks in all those areas. If I just keep holding it down and go like this, then when I press tilde, it'll do that. I'm not doing this. It's going through all the recorded positions. So that's the idea of the mouse time travel. It stores where it was in a previous moment, and then it goes back to that moment later on. I was gonna see if I could do that in PowerShell as well. Maybe I'll just paste this code in as an example. I'm gonna see if I can convert to PowerShell, but I honestly wouldn't really get my hopes up too high, to be perfectly honest. See right there? Those commands that is given, like send L button, well, it is commented out to be fair, but no, maybe it is actually converting to PowerShell, I'm not sure. Now, as for whether L button is correct, that is a little bit questionable because that's the way to do it in AutoHotkey. It keeps running into the character limitation, so I'm trying to have it right without any comments at all. Okay, so after a fair bit of massaging around, it started writing this code, ran into the character limitation. Even though I asked it to resume from a specific line, it did the beginning and did not do a very good job listening. Then I started commenting out a whole bunch of stuff, I think. And then I said, could you write the script without any comments, just so it didn't waste any characters? And then it got pretty far. And then I said if there's any more code, then resume from that following line, which it did. It's kind of weird that this shows twice, so I'm not 100% sure if I'm doing this correctly, but I think I just started pasting that in and possibly forgot something else like that. So that may or may not work. If it doesn't, I'm not going to screw around with that either. I may come back to it someday, we'll see. Yeah, I think that just errored out. Yeah, I'm not getting the behavior I expected, so I'm just going to move on for the sake of time. I've spent a ridiculous amount of time on this video, and I'm getting quite tired of it, to be frank. So let's just move on to the next thing for now. So the next thing I wanted to do was, I essentially created this unattended ISO file of Windows. So if I want to install Windows, normally you'd mount that either to a virtual machine or you'd actually run it on your host system if you want to install Windows. Normally there's all these screens you have to go through when you're installing, right? Probably familiar with like the whole telemetry stuff and all the usual steps you have to go through with installing Windows. If you install Windows hundreds of times, that could get tiring very quick. So one of the solutions you can do to that particular problem is creating what's called an unattended ISO for Windows, where it'll just automatically answer some of the questions. There's a thing you can do within the Windows ADK to do that. I'm not going to go over that in this video because I've sort of done this. But now that I have an ISO file that I can basically use, which created this auto unattend so that it runs the installation unattended. I don't know if this is quite everything, but that's the kind of stuff I'd want to do. So when I tried to make a bootable ISO using IMG burn, it didn't exactly work correctly. Like, I just couldn't get it to boot, essentially. Even though I selected this boot sector related thing at offset 640 or something along those lines, I still couldn't make it bootable, so I just want to get some support on figuring out how to essentially make this bootable. Okay, so I just formulated a question for that. Let's see if we can get a good answer. Oh, I haven't even heard of that right there. So this is my path of installation for the Windows ADK. So I'm gonna ask for clarification on where I can find the tools folder within all of this. which I couldn't find when doing a quick search. For the sake of time, I'm just gonna figure this out later. I have some steps right here that I could run this following command, and I found the directory that I would probably execute that from, which is right here. I just don't want to do that right now for the sake of time. And as far as the analysis is concerned, I think we got most of what we're going to analyze from it anyway. Alright, the next thing I essentially want to do is to figure out how to use Chrome or maybe Brave to basically execute some JavaScript code when I press a keyboard shortcut. So the idea is, in this example, I have this video right here, and essentially what I'd like to be able to do is play a video beyond double speed. So obviously you can select the playback speed up to double speed, or you could use the shortcut for that, which is shift and then the right or left caret, depending on whether you want to speed it up or slow it down. But you can only go up to double speed when you do this. If you want to go beyond double speed, there is some JavaScript you can actually execute. So I currently have a shortcut located in my search engine stuff called increment and decrement, and what that does is it gets this particular variable from a video page. This is the video itself, and then they're the dot playback rate parameters. So if I were to actually open up the console on that page and paste that particular thing in, then I'm in the way of the console, aren't I? Let me get out of the way. So then I can paste it, and I can see that the playback rate is 1, which represents 100%. So I can increase it to like 1.5, and now it tells me 1.5. So if I want to change it to, let's say, 1.25, then I can set it equal to 1.25. And now if I decrement it, it should be 1 because I just changed it. So if I decrement the video, that didn't actually work, but I think the video speed did actually change. So as you can see, it's playing just a little bit faster. But what you'll notice is I can do that at more than double the speed. So let's say you're watching my video here and you just absolutely hate my atrociously slow presentation style. Oh my god. Then you can increase the video beyond double speed if double speed is still way too slow for you. I could go like this, and as you can see, now it's definitely going beyond double speed right there. I could do like 8x if I wanted to, I think. But I think you lose sound beyond 4x if I'm not mistaken. But as you can see, I'm now at 8x. So if you hate my atrociously slow presentation style, this may be a worthwhile solution for you. Or else just don't watch my videos at all. I mean, come on. Get on with your life. Anyway, so why is this relevant? Well, you can actually execute that exact line within the URL bar by saying JavaScript : and then whatever you want. So right here, I could say playback rate equals 1. Oops, I think I formatted something incorrectly there. Not exactly sure what, but let me try that again. Oh, it doesn't paste that JavaScript at the beginning. So if I say JavaScript and then this. So right now it's at a playback speed of 1. So if I change it to 8. So right there is clearly not 8x. But if I do this, that should have become 8x. Which I don't even think it did. It should be, how about 4? But I just set it equal to 4 and put JavaScript at the beginning. I think it worked now. So that should have executed successfully. So essentially, you can change the speed by pasting it into the URL bar, which is why I have this search engine shortcut to do increment, by 0.25 or decrement by 0.25. And I could change it to like 2. So it does minus equals 0.25. That'll decrement by 0.25. Like this. Just by typing in that, it slows down the video a little bit at a time. Let me copy and paste that. If I just ran this a bunch of times, you can imagine that, see the video slowing down. And what if I could do that with a keyboard shortcut rather than constantly pasting it in the URL bar? There should be a way to do that. So I'm gonna query something for the chatbot to essentially do that. So let's do that real quick. So this query right here is actually quite simple and straightforward, I think. So I think it should be able to understand how to do that. Oh, that's interesting. It thinks it might violate the policy. It shouldn't, but I may have to leave some feedback and explain why it doesn't. I don't know. Oh, that's an interesting approach. So it basically creates a bookmark of that, which is pretty similar to what I did with that search engine approach. And I guess you can map a keyboard shortcut to that. For the sake of time, I'm not going to do it right now, but I trust that approach, honestly. I will ask a clarifying question, though. So when I copy and paste stuff, it removes that JavaScript stuff as we saw earlier. So I'm just going to ask a quick clarifying question about whether it'll be able to handle that. And it probably will, since the search engine thing worked with it. If a bookmark works with it, I imagine it would. I never thought of actually mapping keyboard shortcuts to bookmarks. I know you can do that with AutoHotkey by saving a .url file, I think, and then just having AutoHotkey execute that when I either press a shortcut or I do a text expansion shortcut, which is why I like to use that search engine stuff. It's basically a text expansion shortcut in a sense, which I think is actually quite an interesting alternative to keyboard shortcuts for those who are intimidated by trying to remember keyboard shortcuts. Why not type in phrases instead to essentially accomplish the same thing? So like if you want to specifically open up your, so like if I wanted to open up my 64-bit applications folder, I can actually type in px64 for programs x64. And then when I hit space, it'll do text expansion into that. And rather than expanding the text, it runs that following command. I think that's an interesting alternative to keyboard shortcuts. So I could pull up stuff real quick, like my virtual machine folder. I just type in VMS. If I want my AutoHotkey scripts, I just type in AHKS. And I've done that for a lot of files across my system. So text expansion is an interesting alternative to keyboard shortcuts, I think. And you can use Expanso to accomplish the same thing on Mac and Linux. It even works on Windows too, so Expanso is sort of a universal option to do that type of text expansion if you're into that sort of thing. I recommend trying that if you don't already. You might be able to find yourself creating a lot of shortcuts, and then you don't have to waste keyboard shortcut mappings and trying to remember what it all is. You just have to remember your specific phrase, which could be whatever you want, as long as it doesn't interfere with something else you do. Like you type in a certain phrase in a normal situation, if it doesn't interfere with that, that's why I like to do abbreviations sometimes, but you don't have to do that. Whatever you're able to remember, you can do for the text expansion as a replacement to the keyboard shortcuts. So I think that's an interesting alternative to look at. So regarding the bookmark stuff, I'm going to do this later, and I trust that it'll work just fine. Because I'm sure it's possible to do keyboard shortcut activated bookmarks using a plugin or something. I trust that this would work just fine. I was previously going to try creating my own Chrome extension that listens for the keyboard shortcuts, but I think that bookmarks one is far more practical. I never even thought of trying that, to be honest with you. So that might make my life a bit easier. The next thing I would like to try to have the chatbot help me with is also something that's quite complex, so feel free to skip this one if you don't want to see something that gets too involved, or I'll just skim around, whatever you want. remember, you have full control over what you watch and don't watch, so keep that in mind. But anyway, what I would like to do is essentially something pertaining to backing up my files. So one thing that I find quite painful about backing up files is I don't always want to back up everything exactly how it is on my hard drive. I may want to be able to selectively back up stuff easily. And if I'm backing stuff up regularly and I want to be able to selectively back up stuff, I'm probably going to want to do that manually to make sure it only does what I want and nothing more, since it's going to try matching with the source and destination normally. So basically selectively backing up stuff. So just to give you a quick example of what I like to do right now, I like to basically have AutoHotkey scan specific folders that I've selected, and it just scans it before and after. But the scan stores all the modification dates of any given file or folder. And then when I go to compare the two files, anything that changed since the last scan might be something that I want to manually back up. So I find this useful for determining the types of files that I want to back up. This is what I do right now. So it just looks for the date modified, and here's determined that these lines match, but there's a slight difference. The date modified is changed a little bit, for example. So there's either situations where the file isn't equal, meaning it's been modified, or there's situations where new files have been added. That's usually what the plus means. If there's a minus over on this side, which you can see on this mini map thing right here, then that means files have been deleted since then if it's able to match those corresponding files. But that can be quite a chore, even just trying to figure out the files from this list and determining exactly what I want to do. So I feel like there's got to be a way to somewhat automate this to some extent, because I actually have multiple hard drives that I like to back up various files to. Like this video, for instance. I've spent many hours on this video, and to lose all of this would absolutely suck. So I'm backing it up in like 4 or 5 different places because I'm that paranoid about it. I want to make sure this video can actually get out there, especially with the amount of time I spent on it. I don't care if you watch it or not. I care whether this video makes sure that it doesn't get lost and permanently lost or not. That I care about way more than your viewership, just so you know. But anyway, the point is I back up to multiple locations, and the corresponding path on each drive is a little bit different. On one drive, I have like a d:/personal files. On another drive, it's like I:/GPT drive backup / personal files / whatever. So there's corresponding paths on different drives depending on what I'm looking at. And it would be nice to somewhat automate that so I don't have to have like 3 or 4 different Explorer windows open and open up the corresponding paths for everything manually. It'd be nice if it would be able to work with that sort of thing automatically. So I'll sort of model out on the whiteboard exactly what I want to do. So I'll create somewhat of a graphical application while the bot will hopefully be able to do this accurately. And if I can see that it's going to take a lot of time, I'm not even going to bother with this right now. But it looks like we have a problem. The whiteboard is not clear enough for me to use it, so let's fix that real quick, shall we? Why don't we erase the whiteboard, huh? Alright, so I'm not 100% sure exactly what approach I want to use for this, but I think what I'm probably going to end up doing is creating some sort of graphical application that can show a tree structure of all the subfolders and files within them. But I want it to only show stuff pertaining to changes I make. So I think I'll probably have some sort of graphical window, which would probably be represented by this. And within there, I want to have some sort of, not 100% sure exactly how I want to do this, but I want to have a tree structure with like all the files and folders. But if it's a subfolder, I want it to have a collapsible plus thing that you normally see on here, which would expand all the sub files and directories within a given folder. And I think the way it'll identify which files need to be backed up is it'll just scan a bunch of files and store stuff like the date modified and basically whether or not it's changed. And if any given file is changed, it'll make it to this list right here. And I think what I'll have it do is list all the folders that are involved, and then the files that are involved will maybe have a check mark next to it as well. And the file will only be checked if it's something that's going to get backed up. If it's going to get backed up, it'll have a checkbox next to it. If not, it'll be there but without a checkbox. Maybe I want to be able to select it later, but maybe not. So I'm just going to have it list all the files and automatically check what's needed. And then once I have it selected, then maybe I'll have something down here to confirm that those are the files I want to back up. And maybe I'll have a way to specify the corresponding path right here too. I'm not sure if I want to have a bunch of address bars, so like I:/GPT drive backup, or also E:/personal files as opposed to D:/personal files. Basically the highest directory structure or the lowest directory structure that applies to pretty much everything, where there could be a corresponding path. So it knows exactly where to back up stuff too. So I'm gonna have to think about this a little bit, and I'll see if I can write some sort of query for the chatbot here. Okay, so I just wrote a very complex explanation. I'm not even sure if I covered everything, to be honest, but I want to trust that there's potentially enough information that I could work with to be able to do this sort of thing. That would be pretty insane if it ended up working. That's probably a lot of information for it to take in. It's not even doing the proper code blocks. Let's create an AutoHotkey script while we're waiting for that. So I'm going to close out this comparison. So what I was actually doing to create those comparison files is I basically have it delete the previous text file which stores all the comparisons. And then it essentially just loops through like everything in desktop, for example. I think RD means just do directories and subdirectories, not files themselves, because I don't want this to be convoluted with actual files too. Basically, the loop is just for all of the folders of interest, and it basically gets the date modified for any given thing. Then it adds that to the text file, and it does that for all these folders that I've manually specified here. And that takes a few minutes to run usually to go through everything. Who knows what approach the chatbot uses. I decided that I'm just going to mess around with this at a later time. I don't want to screw around with this stuff anymore. I really just want to end this video once and for all. So I think that's exactly what I'm going to do now. There's a few more other things I was originally going to do too. But I think I've done enough analysis in this video to basically cover everything I wanted to cover from an analytical standpoint. I have a much more practical solution to this problem now, which I would highly recommend if you're doing something similar. I was recently recommended to use some software called SyncBack, which does exactly what I want without any programming required. The free version does exactly what I'm originally trying to do, and I highly recommend it if you're doing something similar with your backup. It is linked in the description. And no, there's no catch. I genuinely like the software and what it offers for free with no ads. It doesn't feel invasive like I thought it would, and the free version does exactly what I need. It allows me to specify custom paths, and most importantly, exclude any file from my backup. I create a profile for each custom destination I do, and set my file exclusions within them. I will create a video relatively soon discussing this more in depth, but I recommend experimenting with this if you want to automate your backup in this way. I've had to do a lot of fine tuning for my exact file exclusions, but it is so nice when the setup is perfected. I recommend running a simulation before running the real backup to ensure only the correct files are being backed up. This should be enough to get started if you want to apply this to your workflow. So this is going to wrap up the video. So what can we conclude from all this? Well, it's very interesting that it's able to write programming stuff and understand English prompts, be able to turn that into something that you actually want as an outcome. But we determined that it does have a lot of shortcomings when writing these example programs. There were some places where it had information wrong, like with the GPT stuff, ironically, pertaining to the GPT partition table. There was stuff where it just had a really hard time understanding stuff when I had to nudge it a ton, which as a non-programmer, I would not want to have to deal with this, which is why I don't think it's going to be replaced by programmers anytime soon, especially since it can't interact with programming environments. It is going to keep forgetting things here and there too, pertaining to a programming perspective. But overall, it's very interesting, and I think it has a lot of future potential, though. But I think it's probably always going to have some sort of shortcoming that might make it a little bit difficult to use and potentially get things done, where it might actually be more efficient to just write stuff from the start yourself and maybe use it as an assistant every once in a great while and know how to achieve a good balance so that you're actually saving time and not losing time by trying to use it as an assistant. So those are my immediate thoughts. I'm sure there's some other stuff, but it's the kind of stuff that you can see throughout this video. So I think this is exactly where I'm going to leave it now. So I believe that is it. So should I do this for the outro? Yeah, that is it. So if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to let me know. I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. Otherwise, yeah, I think that's it. So thanks for watching and have a good one. Peace.